Welcome to the April 13th, 2021 regular school board meeting, which I now call to order. The invocation this morning will be given by Matt Wallace from First United Methodist Church in Clearwater. Following the invocation, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance and National Anthem. The National Anthem will be performed by the Dunedin High School Band under the direction of Brad Bolt. Please stand. And welcome, Pastor Wallace.
Thank you. Let us pray. God of love, we thank you for this day, and we thank you for the gathering that is here today, and for each person that you have put in these places. We pray for their wisdom, their discernment, their courage, that they might do the right thing in the right ways to ensure the safety and the education of our children. We give you thanks for their gifts and their dedication, and pray blessings upon them. Guide the work of this meeting, and may it be in the best interests of all of our children and families, and we thank you for this. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Wallace, and thank you to the Dunedin High School Band. Very nice job. Our video this morning is an environmental science field trip, and they're back for Pinellas County Schools. So let's tag along with the fourth grade class from from McMullen Booth Elementary as they learn about Florida's environment at Booker Creek Nature Preserve.
Hi, I'm Ginger Rem at Booker Creek Preserve, and we're welcoming McMullen Booth Elementary fourth grade students for their environmental education field trip. How are you today? Welcome. Ready for a fun day? Now, something interesting here about the preserve. It is an 8,000 acre preserve, so that's like 8,000 football fields all together. I know. So this is a big, beautiful place, a natural wild habitat.
What happened to this tree?
And so as we walk and hike, we're going to share all the things that we see as we go. Now, when we're walking and hiking, we're going to see a lot of holes and openings in the ground where the armadillos have dug, and what they're doing is they're looking for food. Well, over here we have our little pond, and in our pond we have tadpoles and minnows all year round. We do have snakes, leopard frogs, and turtles occasionally. Good job. So you're already observing the tadpoles. You can see them moving in the water, and the little minnows. So what you see out here, this is our Booker Creek that runs through the preserve. It is all fresh water. I know somebody was asking about dolphins. We don't have those out here. It does run into Lake Tarpon.
This is a turtle.
Yes. Shh. You have to be quiet or it's going to leave. So this is a turtle. It does live in the water. Tortoises live on land. And then there's a spot where all those big branches come together, where there's a lot of green, there's a lot of Spanish moss. That is a red shoulder hawk nest. Sword fern has leaves that look like swords. They're long, they're skinny, still part of the fern family. These do have spores on the backs of the leaves. There is a gopher tortoise over here. Now, friends, you cannot get into the grasses because we don't want to scare it, okay? But I'm going to point to it. It's over here. If you look right through here, you can see the gopher tortoise. It's sitting there in the opening of its burrow. Now, gopher tortoises, remember, are a keystone species. So they're the key to survival to many other animals. We are going to see the snake. So I am going to bring Marilyn, my red rat snake, out. You'll see that she sticks out her tongue. That's how she smells. So she is about 11 years old. And so what she's doing when she sticks out her tongue, again, she's just smelling. She's sniffing the air. I know everybody always wants to see how long she is. She's about 4.5 feet long. She's very sweet, very smooth. They're not slimy. I know a lot of people think they're slimy, but she is used to students petting her and visiting her. No, she's very sweet. Nice and soft and smooth, right? Now she's excited it's warm now too, because remember, they're cold-blooded, so they like the heat. Yeah, so all right, we're gonna go and scoop some critters out of the little pond, do some dip netting. Okay, so basically with dip netting, we're scooping in the water, we're gonna pick up some leaves, you're gonna go through the leaves with your hands and try and find some little critters.
Okay.
If we do find critters, we're gonna put them in the tub.
Okay.
And they're gonna hide, so you wanna scoop up some leaves. So remember, in our little pond, we have tadpoles, we have minnows, we have crawfish. So scooping in those leaves allows you to get down there and get those scooped up. Just don't bring them over their heads. Good job. There you go. Pull that up, Jose. Get a nice big scoop of leaves. We've been catching crawfish every day too. Go ahead and grab the tadpole in your hand. Just roll it in. Yep.
I got a tadpole.
Good job. Let me hold your net. And you saw what he did. He scooped in those leaves, right? So you got to scoop those leaves. Okay, good. There you
It's a
go.
big one.
Good job.
Go, yeah, put it in the water.
Okay, put it in the water. All right, once they're in the tub, we don't pet them, okay?
I think like that too. I don't know.
Well, you guys did a great job. Another big scoop. Isn't it amazing all the cool stuff we find out here? Yeah, it's neat to come and explore out in nature.
Well, it's a fun and educational day all rolled up into one, so that's great. All right, let's have the introduction of professional and community organization representatives with Isabella Mascarenas, our public information officer. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Grego, and staff. It is my pleasure to introduce the following representatives of community and professional organizations. From the Pinellas Classroom Teachers Association, Nancy Velarde, President. From the Pinellas Arts for a Complete Education Coalition, joining us virtually, Rondi Hilleso, Associate Director. Today, we have a presentation from the Student Rights and Responsibility Committee. Please welcome Rachel Casnelli and Delaney Smith from Dunedin High School and their principal, James Kiplinger.
Good morning.
Hello, and thank you for having us. My name is Rachel Casnelli, and I'm a senior in the Fundamental Program, and I will be attending Florida State University in the fall. I was a cheer captain this year, student government secretary, and a member of the National Honor Society. I'm also an anticipated AP Capstone Diploma recipient, and I'll be presenting today with my friend Delaney.
Hi, I'm Delaney Smith. I'm a senior at Dunedin High School. I have been on varsity cheer team all 4 years that I've been here. I am the student government president, and I plan to go to Arizona State in the fall.
To jump into some of our school highlights, the academic team is having an amazing season. We have a 6-1 season lead by Mr. Alford and Noah Wiley, Sam Wiley, Moshe Singerman, and Brian Havens.
Our drafting, robotics, and architecture programs have been doing absolutely amazing this year, with 6 of the first 9 AutoCAD user certifications passed for the architectural drafting. And then we have 2 anticipated carpentry certifications, and overall we have 26 certifications in our robotics program.
Our AP Capstone program is doing amazing. We are super proud to say we have 4 anticipated AP Capstone Diploma students and 6 AP Capstone program certificates.
Our our history department has the highest cycle test scores in the district, and our English department, the 10th grade students were averaged to be about third in the county, and the 9th grade students were averaged best in the county. And our seniors in math, we don't have any seniors needing a math concordance score.
And we've had a successful launch of the 3DE program in its first year with over 150 freshmen learning about local, national, and international corporations, and then completing presentations where they produce solutions to their real-world problems, working with corporations such as Delta Airlines, Arby's, Pinellas Education Foundation, and Tech Data, just to name a few.
Our NHS has inducted 21 new members this year with a live stream and social distance ceremony. To be inducted, students had to maintain an unweighted GPA of 3.0 and a weighted of 3.5. NHS students have participated in hundreds of hours of community service this year.
And our Key Club is doing great. In spite of missing the annual conference, all of our officers have taken control and led as a very organized and cohesive leadership team. And they have found ways to stay active despite all the challenges of this year. And we couldn't be more proud of the dedication, loyalty, and leadership skills that they have displayed. And then also our NJROTC program has been great as well. We participated in our county's Toy for Tots, Wreaths Across America for our vets' grave sites, and helped with the county's JROTC golf tournament with Dr. Grego and Dr. Corbett. They worked with the Dunedin's Thanksgiving Food Drive, Shred Fest, and County Beach Cleanup later this May. Our NJROTC orienteering team finished fourth in the state's competition of over 300 participants in March. And we'd like to give an extra thank you to Dr. Grego and Dr. Corbett for participating in the annual Navy Junior ROTC golf tournament last Saturday.
Our cosmetology program has 4 seniors that have enough hours to get their certification. And then in our arts department, the theater has put on 3 different productions this year: Clue, Guys and Dolls, and Godspell. And then our arts, they have received multiple Gold Key Awards in the scholastic competitions with Miss Rowe and Mr. Galino, with Georgia Burkham receiving a national gold medal. And our band has received many different things, with many students being part of the all-county and all-state bands. With Kurt, one of our seniors, he made all-county band as a first chair tenor saxophone.
And our sports program has been flourishing. The girls basketball team earned the county's comeback team of the year. Navaria Norwood, one of our seniors, was named a county all-star. Milo Johnson, another one of our seniors, was state tournament qualifier in wrestling for the 2nd year in a row. And in football, Daniel Galarza made all-county football. Dylan Oster broke the all-time school record of most touchdown passes in one season with 22. Spring sports is off to a great start with flag football with a record of 5-1, and softball is undefeated in district play. And we celebrate our student athletes who earned athletic scholarships: Sarah Barentine for University of North Florida for soccer, Marcus Brodo, University of South Florida for baseball, and Allie Goins, Weber International for flag football. Now Delaney's going to close up with some final thoughts on our student government program.
Our student government would like to thank Ms. Long and all the other the school board members for giving us a chance to speak our concerns with our senior celebrations and allowing us to continue to do something for our seniors this year. We've continued our school-wide traditions with candygrams and the carnations for Valentine's Day, even through all of the restrictions that we've had. And we're super excited to have our elections for next school year in May.
I completely agree with Delaney. I think it was amazing that we were able to come up with some activities and solutions in spite of all the restrictions. And to close off with something I believe is really special about Dunedin is that since it is such a tight-knit school, you have a lot more opportunities to truly have your ideas heard and be hands-on with the events or programs going on around campus. And overall, you feel like you're a more impactful member of your school than I think you can elsewhere.
Yeah, I completely agree with Rachel. I feel like everyone at school is like friends, like everyone gets along. We're all like happy here. It's a very positive atmosphere all around.
Yes. So thank you for having us. And we would also like to thank Mr. Kiblinger, Ms. Davis, Dr. Flocken, Mr. Settle, and Mr. Warner for their continued support.
Thank you.
Very good, and thank you for the report. There's some wonderful things going on at Dunedin High School. All right, Dr. Grego, are there any amendments to the agenda?
There are no amendments to the agenda.
All righty. Board members?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would like to pull agenda item 710 for discussion.
All righty. That's off the consent agenda, item 710. Anything else? Anyone else? All right. Then do we have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? I motion to adopt. Okay, Mrs. Long. Do we have a second? Second. And we have a second by Mrs. Kane. All right, we have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as amended. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. And it passes 7-0. Thank you. Our first item under special order agenda is to the presentation of the proclamation designating April 2021 as National Occupational Therapy Month. Do we have a motion to accept the proclamation? Okay, Mrs. Edmond made the motion and Mrs. Long seconded it. Dr. Grego?
Yes, Madam Chair and school board members, I'd like to call upon Jody Becker, the coordinator of occupational physical therapists, and as she approaches the podium, also express the board's and my sincere appreciation for all of our occupational specialists and the occupational therapist assistants that work with over 2,200 students in our school district. So, Jody. Oh, you're not, okay. I didn't know I was calling on you, Len. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grego.
My pleasure.
Good morning, Madam Chair, school board members, Dr. Grego, and staff. I stand before you today to request your consideration for 2 exceptional student education proclamations. I have expert special guests with me today that will present for each one. I do appreciate the board and the staff's continued support of exceptional student education programs in Pinellas County schools. So first, I'd like to introduce Jody Becker, the coordinator of occupational and physical therapy programs, to speak to you about occupational therapy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Grego, and staff. April is recognized as National Occupational Therapy Month, sponsored by the American Occupational Therapy Association. Occupational therapy is a vitally important profession that helps people across the lifespan participate in everything they want and need to do through the therapeutic use of everyday activities. In Pinellas County Schools, our 65 occupational therapy staff members assess and treat approximately 2,200 students, pre-K through our extended transition programs, whose disabilities limit their fine motor, visual motor, daily living, organizational, and social participation skills. Pinellas County Schools occupational therapy staff not only support a student's ability to access their educational environment, but they promote meaningful engagement and participation in all aspects of the student's school experience. They accomplish this through the customized approach to assessments and direct interventions, as well as consultation and collaboration with school teams on behalf of the student. Together, they creatively problem solve adaptations and modifications to the environment or specific activities to allow the student to feel empowered and more satisfied with their participation. The desired result, increased self-confidence and independence in many aspects of his or her daily life. I am proud, as an OT myself, and as the coordinator for OT and PT, to recognize our occupational therapy staff for their dedication and hard work on behalf of Pinellas County School students. And I want to thank you for taking the time to recognize them today.
Thank you. And Ms. Hine, would you like to read the proclamation for us, please?
Yes, thank you. Proclamation, National Occupational Therapy Month. Whereas Pinellas County Schools encourages options for an active and healthy lifestyle, and whereas in the best interest of the public, occupational therapy should be provided by licensed occupational therapists to improve fine motor, visual motor, and daily living skills so all students have access to the curriculum. And whereas through a national effort, community members are encouraged to join together to raise awareness of the importance of occupational therapy. And whereas this effort will bring awareness to our schools, community, and around the country of the roles of occupational therapists in schools. Now, therefore, the School Board of Pinellas County does hereby recognize April 2021 as National Occupational Therapy Month, signed this 13th day of April 2021.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion by Mrs. Edmond and a second by Mrs. Long to adopt the proclamation designating April 2021 as National Occupational Therapy Month. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. It passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you. Our next presentation is a proclamation designating April 2021 as National Autism Awareness Month. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda, the proclamation? Okay, we have Ms. Hine and Mrs. Long as a second. Dr. Grego?
We'll call upon Lynn Mowat, and I know that we have some very special guests here to recognize our teachers of autism.
Thank you very much. So my second guests are Amy Fichter, who is the specialist for our low prevalence programs, and Katie Ellman, who is one of our district behavior specialists.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Grego, and staff. Thank you so much for considering this proclamation for Autism Awareness Month. My name is Amy Fichter, and I am not only a board-certified behavior analyst, but I'm also the ESE specialist for low prevalence and behavior services.
And my name is Katie Ellman, and I'm a board-certified behavior analyst and a district behavior specialist.
Since 1970, April has been designated as National Autism Awareness Month by the National Autism Society in order to highlight the growing needs and awareness of individuals with autism spectrum disorder. The United States recognizes the month of April as a special opportunity to educate the public about autism, as well as spotlight autistic individuals and their families. In the United States, 1 in every 54 children is diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Boys are 4 times more likely than girls to be diagnosed with autism. Strong early intervention is key for our students. On average, Pinellas County Schools serve 1,700 individuals with an eligibility of autism spectrum disorder. Additional students with autism spectrum disorder are served through the other health impairment eligibility. The student services range from supports provided within advanced academic coursework, including IB and advanced placement services, as well as self-contained classrooms for students who have a higher level of academic and behavioral support needs. As a district, we continue to promote listening to autistic voices and accepting everyone for who they are, because we are all unique and think differently. We believe in listening to, learning from, and supporting not only autistic voices, but all of our students' voices in Pinellas County schools. Our diverse community is what makes us so strong.
Thank you, Amy. A number of district behavior specialists have recently obtained their behavior analyst credentials, and we've initiated a new process using their expertise in applied behavior analysis to support the more intensive behavioral needs of students with autism and other disabilities. This process is called Practical Functional Assessment and Skill-Based Treatment. This initiative is student and family focused and trauma informed, and it's used to reduce and eliminate problem behavior. We are always exploring new and improved ways to ensure that our students receive the services that they need to promote achievement and independence. If you would like to learn more, please do not hesitate to reach out to the low prevalence team. We would love to share. Thank you.
We're also very excited to share that on Wednesday, April 14th, tomorrow night, 6:30 to 8 o'clock at night, we are hosting a virtual workshop for families on how they can promote positive behavior in their homes and support implementation of that behavior plan that carry over from school to home. So we have more opportunities like this that will be coming up as we progress into the 21-22 school year as well. We continue as a district to educate and prepare each student for college, career, and life for all children, families, and the community, because we care about our respectful, cultural competence, integrity, responsibility, and connectedness within this district. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak today. We really appreciate your time, and thank you for supporting National Autism Awareness Month.
And thank you. All right. Mrs. Long, would you please read the proclamation?
Autism Awareness Month. Whereas autism is the fastest growing developmental disability in the United States, affecting more than 3 million people. And whereas autism is the result of a neurological disorder that affects the normal functioning of the human brain and can affect anyone. And whereas the effort to address autism continues. Doctors, therapists, and educators help persons with autism overcome or adjust to its challenges and provide early, accurate diagnosis and the resulting appropriate education, intervention, and therapy that are vital to the future growth and development. And whereas this effort will bring awareness to our schools, community, and around the country of the honor to take part in the annual observation of Autism Awareness Month and World Autism Awareness Day, in the hope it will lead to a better understanding of the disorder. Now, therefore, the School Board of Pinellas County does hereby recognize April 2021 as Autism Awareness Month.
Good, thank you. And we have a motion by Ms. Hine and a second by Mrs. Long to adopt the proclamation designating April 2021 as National Autism Awareness Month. All in favor say aye. 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 Opposed say no. It passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our next item is a presentation of a proclamation designating April 2021 as School Library Month. Do we have a motion to adopt? Okay, Dr. Carr, do we have a second? Okay, and Ms. Kane. Thank you. Dr. Grego?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to call upon Bronwyn McCarthy, the Program Coordinator for Library Media, and also thank her for her leadership, and also all of our school library media specialists. The library media has such an impact on schools when done right, and certainly on the reading and focus on reading in our school community. So thank you so much for your leadership.
Good morning.
Good morning, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Grego, and the community. My name is Bronwyn McCarthy, and I'm the Program Coordinator for Library Media. I'm here today to request your approval to recognize April as National School Library Month and celebrate all the services that our library media programs and professionals provide to the schools in Pinellas County. It's an honor to represent and support our library media professionals and programs. You would be impressed with how our library media technology specialists have adapted and maintained library programs and services across the district despite the challenges presented by the COVID pandemic. At this time, I would like to share and celebrate some of the successes we have had this school year with you. Since the beginning of the school year, library media professionals have been at the forefront of implementing our PCS Connects one-to-one device initiative, as well as our adoption of Canvas. Through targeted training and discussions about our library collections, we have begun a major shift to ensure that diverse reading materials are available to all students, and that our collections both reflect our students and broaden their horizons. The library media programs at Osceola Fundamental High School became our first high school to be awarded became the first high school to be awarded the Florida Power Library School designation which is a distinction that is granted in coordination with the Florida Association of Media and Education and the Florida Department of Education. Currently, Bardmore Elementary School is one of only 7 schools across the state that is currently in the process of earning this distinction for this school year. We held our very first virtual district Battle of the Books competition, in which over 40 schools participated without ever leaving their campuses. Seminole High School, Palm Harbor Middle School, and Elisa Nelson Elementary School were our district winners this year. When it came time for schools to nominate their Teacher of the Year, 9 schools chose their library media professionals. And finally, we are wrapping up our district judging of over 80 student-produced videos for the Jim Harbin Educational Media Awards competition. Our district winners will be announced in May and will then move on to the regional, then state competition. This is just a brief account of all the good things that are happening across the district because of our school library programs and professionals. Please join me in celebrating and recognizing them in honor of National School Library Month.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. And Mrs. Edmond, would you please read the proclamation?
Proclamation School Library Month. Whereas school library programs play a critical role in supporting quality learning environments, and whereas school library programs close achievement gaps for all learners by providing equitable access to academic resources, and whereas school libraries promote and encourage a love of reading and are influential in preparing students for lifelong learning, and whereas school librarians are instructional partners who directly support and enhance student achievement. Now, therefore, the School Board of Pinellas County does hereby recognize April as School Library Month, signed this 13th day of April 2021.
Good, thank you. All right, so we have a motion made by Dr. Carr, second by Mrs. Kane, to adopt the proclamation designating April 2021 as School Library Month. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. And it passes unanimously. And we want to thank all the employees that we recognized this morning with our proclamations, and we want to thank them for the job they do with our student scholars every single day of the week. So thank you very much. And our next item is a presentation of the Energy Star Partners of the Year Award. Dr. Grego?
Yes, Madam Chair and School Board and also the general public. This is the 3rd time consecutive year that this district, and I believe we're, what is it, Clint, one of 6 districts in the United States. So a lot of school districts in the United States, as we embarked on a very aggressive capital campaign throughout our school district, we also embarked on a very aggressive energy conservation campaign. And I want to thank Mr. Herbeck publicly for his efforts, and with Synergistics and many others that all of our plant operators, everyone contributed to this, not only this recognition, but the cost savings and the energy savings that we've had. So I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Herbeck, and he'll give you some tremendous detail.
Thank you, Dr. Grego, Madam Chair, board members. I know that many of us are aware of the Energy Star program, and we see the Energy Star label on appliances, electronics. We even see it on building components such as windows. And we know that that label, when we buy those items, it means that those items are more energy efficient than those without the label. I think what a lot of people don't realize is, though, that Energy Star goes beyond that. They have issued guidelines on building construction and building use to make sure that owners operate their buildings at the highest possible energy efficiency. And also what a lot of people don't realize is that Energy Star is a part of the Environmental Protection Agency, and every year they award large corporations and smaller public and private entities with an award for energy efficiency and their efforts in leading that charge. And it's called the Energy Star Partner of the Year Award. It's the highest level of recognition awarded by the EPA, and in fact, only 1.2% of Energy Star partners worldwide receive and are recognized as a Partner of the Year. Some of the companies who have reached or have received a Partner of the Year include Colgate-Palmolive, General Motors, Nissan of North America, Boeing, and many, many others. Later on today, the EPA, as Dr. Grego said, will be announcing the 2021 Partner of the Year Award, and Pinellas County Schools will officially be recognized for the third consecutive year as an Energy Star Partner of the Year for Energy Management. The 13 winners in the Energy Management category include Lockheed Martin, MetLife, and Kroger. We were the only school district in the nation to be recognized in this category, and as Dr. Grego said, one of only 6 in the nation recognized as a 2021 Partner of the Year. So the question kind of comes up, why? Why were we recognized? We have followed, and with the help of Synergistic, we have certified our buildings according to the guidelines, as I mentioned earlier. And right now, we have 98 schools that have earned an Energy Star building certification, by far the leader in the state of Florida. We have reduced our energy use by over 20% since 2015. It's resulted in nearly $40 million in savings and over 250 million kilowatt hours of electricity that's been saved. To put that in perspective, $250 million worth of kilowatt hours is the equivalent of taking about 29,000 cars off the road for a year, or 10 years worth of impact of planting 3.5 million trees. So the impact is tremendous. And I know that up on your screen now, you're seeing some of the impacts that we have been able to generate just this past year alone. We want to thank our partners with Synergistic who have helped us earn this prestigious award, and joining us today are 4 of our energy specialists. We have, if you could wave please, Cindy Bennett, Sam Harris, Carlos Rodriguez, and Jennifer Cumberbatch, and 3 of which are Pinellas County Schools graduates. And joining us here at the microphone, Cindy, Ms. Bennett will have a few words from Synergistic.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Synergistic, we would like to congratulate you, the Pinellas County School Board, on winning this prestigious award. I'll say it again, one of only 6 school districts across the nation to win the Energy Star Partner of the Year. At this time, like, my team and I would like to just thank you, the board, Dr. Greco, Mr. Herbick, all school administrators and leadership, plant operations staff. Just really, it takes everyone to push an initiative like this, and we are so appreciative that you guys are just so great to work with, and accepting and receiving of our initiatives to help you all build a culture of conservation in this great county that we live in, Pinellas County. This award is truly yours, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'd also like to congratulate Synergistic, who also will be honored later today by the EPA with their 13th consecutive Energy Star Partner of the Year award. So in conclusion, congratulations to the board. The EPA often refers to this as a leadership award, and this award would not be possible without your leadership and dedication and direction. And so these savings in this award cannot be possible without you. And I want to again thank you and congratulate you.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Yeah,
And thank you to Synergistic for everything that they do to help. This has truly been an effort that has been district-wide from our leadership that you acknowledge, but mostly within every single school. People have taken this on as an important venture, as well as followed through with that. So we thank you very much. And we're quite proud to have won this again. This is terrific. So, and congratulations to you as well for the award that you're winning. Well, thank you. All right, our next piece of business is to have any of the speakers that will be speaking to the agenda items. But before I do that, I would like to read, the members of the public have 3 opportunities to address the board when we gather at our meetings. The first opportunity is to speak during public comment on the agenda items. The next opportunity is when we have a public hearing, most of which are policies. Lastly, after the meeting is adjourned, we will remain for public participation when speakers may address items pertaining to the business of the district. During public comments, board members are here to listen. It is not a time for discussion or debate. We will not take any formal action on information brought forward unless it is an item on the agenda. However, the board and superintendent may refer you to the proper staff person that can help you through your concerns. The board is committed to a standard of civility and decorum in our meetings we conduct and our electronic options. So please assist us in maintaining a civil and constructive environment by confining your comments to the business of the district.
Board members and Dr. Grego, we have no speakers signed up for specific agenda items, and we received no electronic comments regarding specific agenda items either.
Very good, thank you. So we will move on to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to accept? Okay, Mr. Dudley, do we have a second? Mrs. Kane? All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Dudley and a second by Mrs. Kane to adopt the consent agenda, to approve the consent agenda. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. And it passes unanimously. We'll now move to item 710, which was pulled by Mrs. Edmond. Do we have a motion to approve? Okay, so Mrs. Kane and a second by Mrs. Long to approve the request approval of the school resource officer agreement with the sheriff of Pinellas County, the city of Pinellas Park, the city of Largo, the city of Gulfport, the city of St. Petersburg, the city of Tarpon Springs, and the city of Clearwater. Mrs. Edmond, I'm going to let you start since you pulled the item, and then we will address it.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Grego, Chief Williams, Mr. Herbig, and staff for providing additional information as it relates to these agreements. There are three things that I would like the board, Dr. Grego, and staff to consider. One, we all are aware the school year has been impacted by COVID-19. However, what practices can be established to ensure that the board is not voting on an item almost a year after services are rendered? The second question is, will verbiage be included in the law enforcement interagency agreement to ensure that this contract does not supersede or conflict with it? And the third question is, has the district considered the financial savings and consistency of safety and security by having school security officers at all elementary schools under the leadership of Chief Williams?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Edmonds, and I know Mr. Chief Williams is prepared to respond to those three questions. Thank you.
Well, good morning, Board Chair, board members, Dr. Grego, and staff. Thank you for those questions. And to address the first issue of the timeliness of this particular agreement, there are some modifications that we needed to make, some of which came from the state, that it required, as the chairperson mentioned, the number of agencies that we work with. And when you think about those agencies, they each have their individual legal teams, they have their county commission, they have their city councils that also have to review the documents. And so there are some things that we knew going forward that as the policing entity within the county, that there's going to be some changes, and we wanted to make sure that as we were looking at these contracts, they have been annual contracts, but what we wanted to move toward is making it a 3-year contract. So there were items that required our attention that haven't fully been implemented by all the agencies, one of which was the body cameras, and making sure that we have verbiage within those contracts that make sure that we're adhering with our recommendations and our requirements from FERPA, and also with the public record statute, with state statute. So the dialogue that we had, because many of the agencies had not gone to their body cameras yet, so a lot of the conversations went back and forth. So, but we are happy to say that the length of the time that it took to get this agreement here, I don't want to say it's an anomaly, but it has been longer this year because of those dynamics. The other thing that we need to make sure that we pay attention to is that our contracts begin on July 1st. in many of the contract negotiations between, we'll use the teachers as an example, they may not start until after school begins. And once those contractual obligations from a fiscal standpoint are agreed on, then we make sure we include that information into the contract. So I think the timeliness of this contract, that's going to solve itself, because we're going to, if approved by you all, it would go to a 3-year cycle. Okay? And your second question, I want to make sure I answer them all, so can you repeat your second question, Chair?
Yes. Will there be verbiage included in the interagency agreement to make sure that this agreement does not supersede or conflict?
Right. This agreement will not supersede any others that we have, and we'll make sure through Attorney Kapersky that is noted. And then the final question was from a consideration of considering if we'd like to put school safety officers or SSOs into elementary schools that are actually currently staffed by police officers right now. Let me, if you will allow me to give the board a reminder on the history of how we got to that. As you all remember, through Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, there were some requirements that we ensure that we have an armed person on each of our campuses, and we had to do that within several months. And to the credit of you all, Dr. Grego's leadership, and our partnership with our law enforcement agencies, we were able to make sure that we were able to not only meet that standard, but we've consistently been 100% on making sure that we've had a person armed in those schools. But as you all recall, there was this was new to the state. There was questions about arming teachers. There was questions about, are we going to have strictly police officers in our schools, or are we going to have a combination? And obviously, we ended up with a combination of school resource officers and school safety officers. And I can tell you that initially, to a person, I think everybody desired to have police officers in each one of our schools. And of course, trying to locate 80 police officers to go into our elementary schools, which we had never had, was going to be difficult. So we were able to negotiate and actually work with several of our cities until we were able to get the appropriate number of school safety officers to go in and replace their sworn police officers that they had put in their schools. And I can tell you that the 3 agencies that stepped up, not that the others were not cooperating, but Gulfport, Tarpon Springs, and Pinellas Park each decided that they would take officers from their street. They would actually reduce the number of men and women that they had working 911 calls to ensure that we adhered to the statute. And through Pinellas Park, we agreed that once we were able to get the appropriate number of school safety officers, that we would remove those officers, they could return them to other assignments, and that we would actually staff those schools in Pinellas Park with school safety officers. But I can tell you that Chief Hayworth, Chief Vincent with Gulfport, and Chief Cochin at Tarpon Springs at the time, and now Chief Young, when you look at their staffing model and their philosophy, their understanding is that they would like to make sure that all our children, all our students are exposed to positive interactions with police officers. And they feel to this day that they think that having officers in Tarpon Springs and in the Gulfport engaged with their young people on a friendly get-to-know basis, because it's reciprocal. Not only do the officers get to learn the kids get to learn the officers and know that they're actually people. So from a philosophy standpoint, they've opted to keep their officers in their middle schools, which I actually agree with. I wish that I personally could do more of that for the relationship building, and I can tell you that that's something that we really need as not only a community, but as a nation as well. So I have not asked them if they would be interested in replacing those elementary school officers with school safety officers, but I'm open to having that conversation with Chief Young and with Chief Vincent. But I would also tell you that when I look at the cost savings that you mentioned, to address those 4 schools, it would equate to about $40,000 or $10,000 each difference. So that's something, if it's you all's wish that I go to those chiefs and ask them, I'll be happy to do that. But I think when you look at the goodwill that we build with our children and with our students and with the staff, I'm not really certain that $40,000 at this point is worth that maneuver. But I will do what y'all would ask me to do. Any other questions?
Dr. Grego?
No, I'm fine. I too want to publicly thank both Gulfport and Tarpon Springs because some of you were here during those very difficult times where we had 0 SSOs because the training hadn't taken place. And we were literally, not begging, but really pleading with those chiefs to please fill the schools. The two cities that stepped up without even questioning, they called us and I called them and said, don't worry, we have our children's hearts in the best places, Tarpon Springs and Gulfport. So they wanted to continue that and I agree with that. So I think that's, I want to say thank you to them. And Pinellas Park also did it until we were able to catch up. They did it for over half a year until we were able to train, and Sheriff Galtieri was able to train the SSOs. We're still doing the training, and as you know, this last session we put in for a line item because the Guardian training funds were vetoed the year before. So this is the cost savings is taking on a different look if we can't get more resources put into this program. So I appreciate the management and the oversight of Chief Williams.
Sure.
So that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Long?
Yes, Tarpon Springs has a very unique situation. They have the Cops for Kids program, and they're so entwined that I think separating them might harm the programs that they've developed and not be as beneficial to the children. They have a really strong relationship. And then you put the CAP program in there. All of them work so well together. I like to go up there during the summer and work with them, and very impressed at how they handle everything.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Dudley?
Do I leave that on or off? Am I on? Good. Chief, I just wanted to say that whatever it is you're doing, keep doing it. It's I hear nothing but great things about the program. Have for a long time under your leadership and even your predecessors. But the invaluable benefit from the SRO program and the SSO, you know, they are terrific. The elementary school kids really gravitate to those officers, and even in the secondary, you know, when you walk on campuses, they know a lot of the students know them, they feel comfortable. I think a lot of things that potentially could be dangerous in a school is vetted out because kids feel comfortable talking to them. And I think it's a wonderful program. And I think that whoever does the screening does a very, very good job. And of course, I'm a little prejudiced. My son-in-law is an SRO in Pinellas Park. And I know that I hear, you know, directly from him how you know, he's involved in the program. He goes, he can't wait to get in and talk to the kids in their law enforcement, you know, telling the kids, you know, it's a great learning experience. I think a lot of people just think that they're there for protection, which they are, but they're also there to, you know, interact with the kids and let them understand that policemen are good people and there's somebody they can trust. And I think that to me is the invaluable part of the program. And I want to thank you and your leadership for doing that.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, board members and Chief Williams, for providing a thorough information regarding the 3 questions or things that I wanted to have spoken to. I think that it's important that we understand that there's a difference between an SSO and an SRO. And what I'm mentioning during this time is nothing against having officers. It's regarding a consistency. And again, Chief Williams, you've been in this position and worked with police for long enough to know what's best for our district, and I trust your judgment. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Good, thank you very much. And I too want to thank you for what you did and what you have done. I think it was April or May when the session ended, and by July 1st, we had to have people in place, and you did a magnificent job and have continued to do so.
It was everyone. It wasn't me. I was just there, but it was everyone. So I
Yeah,
really
that
appreciate.
was kind of a trial by fire, actually, because you were just starting. Yeah.
But no, I really appreciate the work of the board, both past and present, as well as Dr. Grego and his leadership. Because without them giving me the ability, the permission to go out and do what I feel is right and fair and correct, then we wouldn't be able to do that. So, but thank you.
Absolutely. Good. Okay. Thank you. All right, I see no other comments. So we have a motion made by Mrs. Kane, a second by Mrs. Long, to request approval of the school resource officer agreements with the Sheriff of Pinellas County, the City of Pinellas Park, the City of Largo, the City of Gulfport, the City of St. Petersburg, the City of Tarpon Springs, and the City of Clearwater. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. And it passes unanimously. Thank you. Our next item is our non-consent item, and it is to request approval to apply for the Elementary and Secondary Emergency Relief Fund under the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplement Appropriation Act for 2021 in the amount of $85,133,708. We have a motion. Okay, Mrs. Edmond, and a second. Ms. Kane, okay. Mrs. Kane, seconded. All right, Dr. Grego?
Yes, Madam Chair and school board members. I know that over the last several months, there's been a lot of discussion about federal funds coming in. We had the CARES 1, we had the ESSER 2, and we are, if you're as confused with acronyms as I am, we get, it's sometimes overwhelming. This is the second wave of the federal CARES. Is called the, as you so pointedly said, the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief, or ESSER 2, most people say. It's a considerable amount of resources. These resources are right now within the legislative session, and so they're not coming directly to the school district, but we're being asked to make an application, and you saw in your attachment the buckets that we're placing them in. Each of those buckets are allowable expenditures. We can amend, we can work with these things as time goes on. So flexibility is the key, but we certainly want to be in compliance. And I want to introduce Lori Matway and also Teresa Price, who's the new Director of Federal Programs. They've worked tirelessly to try to place this district in a position, not knowing what the outcome will be exactly at the end of session, but giving us and positioning this district so that we can use these resources in the best interests of our students and teachers and families. So, Ms. Matway.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Board members, Dr. Grego and staff. Under this mask, I am definitely smiling. It is my pleasure to bring this before you. As Dr. Grego mentioned, this is the second round of ESSER. And so the timing seems unusual because you're saying, why are you bringing it now? Well, just like the state and federal government like to do, they dropped it on us right before spring break, but we were pleased to get it, and Teresa and her team worked very diligently to make sure we had our application ready. So March 16th, we received the request for application. And then with a due date of April 12th. Yes, it is April 13th, but I had all the faith in my board that you would approve this, so I apologize one being one day off, but as you know, they don't follow our board calendar. And then the beautiful thing about this grant, as it was with CARES 1, we're allowed to go back to March 13th of 2020 for any expenses we need to cover. So Kevin Smith is also smiling under his mask as we work for this and use this money very diligently on the assurances that Dr. Grego mentioned earlier. So the award funds are provided to local educational agencies to address the impact of COVID-19 to elementary and secondary schools in Florida. This includes helping school districts and LEAs safely reopen, which we did, restore and maintain high quality learning environments, measure and effectively address significant learning loss, and take other actions to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on the students and families who depend on our K-12 schools. Approval of this project will provide essential resources to mitigate and effectively respond to the impact of COVID-19. They may include technology and materials to facilitate instructional continuity, tutoring services, summer programs, mental health supports, professional development, supplemental personnel, and cleaning and sanitizing supplies. At this time, I'd like to introduce, for some of you for the first time, Teresa Price, our new Director of Federal Programs, to give detail. Teresa?
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, school board members, Dr. Grego, leadership team, staff, and the community of Pinellas County Schools. My name is Teresa Price, as Ms. Matway and Dr. Grego let you know. I am a graduate of Dunedin High School, returning here to Florida, so I'm very glad to be here. As Ms. Matway talked about the history of the CARES Act, ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and all other grants that have come underneath that, we look forward to having these additional resources to continue to address student learning loss and student needs in order to recuperate from the pandemic and to reach our goal of 100% student success. For the second round of CARES Act, we've included the following funding clusters: school year programs to close the achievement gap, professional development, summer programs, parent-family engagement, system improvements, mental health, COVID-19 operational expenditures, and a few other areas along the way. In this budget, the district has made sure that we focused on wrap-around services for students, which equates to approximately 65% of the budget being geared towards direct student supports. The CARES Act has 15 allowable expenses. I'm just going to tell you a few of those, not all 15. Under CARES Act, we can use the funds for any activity allowable under ESSA, which would be like Title I, Title II, Title III, Perkins 5, and IDEA. Anything that's allowable under those, we can also include in CARES. We can use it for preparedness and response efforts, school resources, learning loss, training and professional development, technology, mental health supports, school facility repairs. We are very humble and appreciative of the funding to help us navigate to the path of 100% student success for all of our Pinellas County students. Thank you for your time this morning.
And thank you. Okay. All right, we have a motion made by Mrs. Edmond, a second by Mrs. Kane, for the approval to apply for the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund under the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriation Act for 2021 for the amount of $85,133,708. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. And it passes unanimously also. Thank you very much. Thank you. And our next item is to move on to items introduced by the superintendent.
Madam Chair, if I could add one more comment to that last vote, is that I will assure you that myself and staff will continue to bring this board up to date during the workshops and other areas, not only things that you have to approve, but just how those expenditures are going and what the impact of those expenditures are having on student achievement. So we'll continue to keep you up to date with that.
Good.
My comments today are going to be centered around a few major topics. As you know, last Friday, Commissioner issued the emergency order. We put out a lot of communications on Friday and over the weekend. I want to thank Beth Herendeen, Kevin Hendrick for the Q&A, frequently asked questions. I've had superintendents throughout the state, in fact, asked if they could use it and just put theirs. I said, please do. Thank you so much for everyone. his work, and even if you've seen, Sarah Painter came in, our Teacher of the Year. I just want to publicly thank her for being such a champion for teachers and in carrying that title of Teacher of the Year and really taking it as seriously as she is. And if you haven't seen that video, she does a great job. She absolutely outshines me in that. So her message is far more important. But take a look at it. I think over 3,000 people have already looked at it within the first day or two. So we're trying to get that message out, but also really focusing on what's right for students along the way. As you see, even with the frequently asked questions, there was a lot of allowances with our graduates this year, 2021. All assessments will be issued, and that's a federal requirement. That sometimes is confusing. I also publicly thank the state for sending a waiver request to the federal government that was approved. And what that allows is that it takes each and every state away off, or it waives the federal accountability measures. However, one of the things that the federal government would not waive, they made it clear from the very beginning, was the end-of-year assessments of students throughout the nation. They want to see how students are doing. They want to see, but it's used as a diagnostic tool, and our state followed that mode of thought process from the federal government. They didn't have to. So when people think it's the state, it's really a federal requirement that we provide those, and every state in the United States is doing the same thing. What the emergency order then addressed was it addressed the statutes and the laws required under the Florida's accountability system, our state grading system, and everything that's associated with that. So one of the things that they did was they waived the requirements of the state assessments, the ELA primarily, and even the end of course exams for graduates. Graduates will still have the opportunity to take them, and we're encouraging them, but we're not going to deny graduation due to those. I'm pleased to say that in our district leads the state in terms of those people who exercised those waivers even last year, and that's because our 10th and 11th grade students are passing the FSA in higher numbers than any other district. The other aspect it does is that designation waivers, the scholars and merit designation. It allows, as long as the students have the GPAs and the credits, like the graduations, to carry those graduations designations. So if a student has met all the credit requirements, the foreign language, the Algebra 2, the rigorous courses, industry certifications for scholar merit designation, they're classified as that, even without statewide assessments. Now, on the same, I'm going to sound a little bit redundant, but we're still promoting that every student is going to sit for the FSA, and they're going to earn that designation the way that they typically would, but we're not denying that designation. The same thing with the end of course exams. This is truly a relief. I mean, we've had such a change in learning options. The modalities have shifted. Teachers have done so much, but it's not been optimal, and we've always said that. And so the end of course exams will not count against students in any way. We can only help a student, and that's our issue. It's not in the emergency order, but it's one that Rita Vasquez and Mr. Hendrick will be putting into place. So we're encouraging students to raise their GPA and to sit for the end of course exam to certainly do that, but it's not going to damage their ability to graduate, or ability to have a successful grade point average, as long as they're successful in that course. Let me clarify that. I sometimes have people and they'll assume that. So this waiver only kicks in if you are working successfully in those courses, such as civics, U.S. history, biology, geometry, algebra, and so forth, and every course that has a statewide end of course exam. There's a lot of discussion about retention early on, and you see some bills floating on. What the emergency order did is I was very pleased that it brought the responsibility and the issue of retention back to the principal, the teacher, and the parent and the student, and have that discussion as it would be. That's the most effective area for that discussion, not any place else. And it focuses on that retention should only be for academic reasons. It also placed the fact that to do that also for third grade retentions too, even if a student doesn't take, but the ELA in third grade, the student still should demonstrate at least a level 2, and we could do that by many means outside of one assessment, but truly it is to the benefit of the student to sit for the FSA in third grade and so forth. So all of those things, Mike Feeney and the teaching and learning department is working. Our principals are enthusiastic about this, and we're all giving it our best shot. I mean, this has been very positive news in this way. It also sparks and talks about, and doesn't specifically name our Summer Bridge program, but it talks about to have a summer program like our Summer Bridge program. Is going to be very robust this year with transportation and aerial transportation to ensure that students who need transportation can get there. As you've heard in some areas, our transformation zone is expanding the hours of Summer Bridge, and so are the rest of our schools, because we're going to a 4-week because of a shortened summer. It also provides some grace and understanding to our Bright Futures scholars that the volunteer hours have been waived. As long as you had an intent, if you weren't able to do them and you weren't able to complete them during this past year, certainly everyone understands it, as if you have every other qualifications of Bright Futures, you would qualify. It also extends the deadline of Bright Futures for the SAT, ACT, and PERT for Gold Seal to December 1 of 2021. So students have a longer period of time to qualify. In addition, it takes the summer VPK program that was typically for schools 300 hours, and because of the shortened summer, it reduces it statutorily just for this year to 200 hours. Big issue this year, you know, what are we doing with school grades? And what it does is that it provides that opt-in, not default in, but it provides an opt-in for all superintendents and school principals to say, we want to have a particular school graded if they meet those criteria. It sets a benchmark of at least 90% or more of the eligible students to sit for the assessment. So if you have underneath that, they're not going to do that. However, they will be posting all of the students, how the school does in what's called the Know Your School's Federally Compliant Public Reporting Tool. It's on the Department of Education if you ever want to go there. It's a very comprehensive spreadsheet about how students are doing, you know, and so that's where we're at with the school grades. If schools are over 90%, they can opt in if they so choose. Obviously, we're going to look at see how we do. The department will examine those that are over 90. They can weigh in to see that it's the 10% that's missing is representative of the school, and if it's over 95, the school has the option to do that without review of the Department of Education. So what this means is that last segment that I said, that schools that, and we have several schools in our district that right now are what I call beating the odds. You know, this has been a very trying year, but I look at their achievement level. It's actually, from year to date, it's higher than where it was. And I could tell you that any school, we had several years ago, we had 35 D and F schools, and we're down to 6 Ds, and those schools are going to line up. And it's not just because not just those schools. And we have folks and students who want to, but with this emergency order also gives us some grace if it doesn't work out. And some schools had a lot of quarantining, and some schools had, you know, everyone's different. And we don't need to judge. We don't need to say we have to do something, but we all have to give it a shot. We all should try to do the best. Because obviously at the end, if you listen to the video that we put together just a few minutes, it's all about trying to use these assessments as a diagnostic reasons to try to help students. It's been 2 years, and we have a lot of formative. It's not like we're over testing, but we want to launch our Summer Bridge program based on where students are. We want to do the very best for our students. So right now, for this announcement, our principals have postured. I met with all principals last Thursday with knowing some of the details of this, and they're very positive. They feel like they can carry this on wherever we land, but I can tell you that Pinellas County is going to do just fine. And we have the right attitude, we have the right teachers, we have the right commitment to our students and to our community. So in addition to that, if I could switch gears, I did meet with our medical team both Friday and Monday, and many of them are going to be meeting with you remotely, I think, in a week from now. And I want to say to them, they want to say publicly again, thank you for what they're doing. They're truly helping us along the way. Their major advice is to continue with the protocols that you have through the rest of this year. I'll talk about it in more detail next Tuesday. But Dr. Cho, Dr. Messina, Dr. Threadgill, Dr. Kopak, Dr. Kennedy, I think I had them all, but they recited many things that we're doing well in schools. You know, they remind us that schools are different than going into Home Depot. We don't stay there for 6 hours in a contained room, but rather we like we are in school setting. And Dr. Cho shared with me that as he is having a county commission meeting as we speak right now, that I asked him where we were looking at as a county. He said 1 month ago, Pinellas County had a daily case count of 169. As of yesterday, it was 229. So, and 1 month ago, Pinellas County had a positivity rate of 4.5%. As of yesterday, it was 6.4%. So we're certainly not going in the direction that we want. Vaccinations are in progress. The conditions that he's working on and what they all would like to see come together now that we have a vaccination. He feels like we're going to be within a month or two, and that he'll be able to give us they will be able to give us greater guidance right after school is out and give us an update on that. Pinellas County has not yet hit the vaccination rate of 50%, and so that's one of the benchmarks that he's waiting on. He's also hopeful that when younger folks are able to get vaccinated, he will certainly keep us and keep you, as he'll have some information for you next week. He did share, and I did share with you the first and at this point, the reviewed research article that came out on the schools in the districts in Florida. Florida is being looked at quite heavily. This was a reviewed research article. It was based on school districts that had mask requirements like ours and many others, and those that didn't. And it demonstrated a 42% decrease in the COVID virus for those districts that conducted some of the mask requirements as compared to those that did not. So we will join with them. We'll continue to lead with safety. We'll continue to lead with their advice. Certainly, as a board members, I want to thank you for asking such pointed questions, informative questions, and thoughtful questions along the way. This hasn't been easy on any one of us. I certainly am one that would like to open up next school year without any, as normal as possible. If I had my way, I would say that now. It wouldn't be totally responsible, but I'd say it now to say next year we'll have a total, if you want to wear a mask, wear it, but if you don't worry about it because everything is good and we're kind of back to whatever normal may look like. I can't even say that yet for this summer. I think we need to get through this school year, and as we've been living every 2-3 weeks, we've been assessing it, and it's been working for us as a district. I think we haven't flip-flopped back and forth with that because we've tried to stay informed with those things. So when people ask me about the summer, we're setting up a tremendous summer program, and I want everyone there. And that needs to be there, and even those people who just want that enrichment, as you've heard in the past. And obviously next year, I would love to say that I'd like to have a normal school year and be able to greet everybody and do that, but we'll have to wait and see how that looks. I do want to remind people, back to business, is that registration for Summer Bridge is now open for all grade levels. Summer Bridge starts on June 21st, so when you take a look at that, that's over a month away. And so things change in that, and so it is going to be great. We've had overwhelming number of teachers apply. We've had over 900 teachers, which is far greater. So I'm very thankful for the request and the desire to work this summer and to place some of our teachers in front of some of the students that truly need it. We also are looking at starting what new this summer, a rising kindergarten, those individuals who are coming into our school district in kindergarten. We'd like to get a jump start. And so we're going to be rolling out this week with Mr. Feeney and Mr. Hendrick, what's called a rising kindergarten. And so kindergarten teachers can meet their students, if not their students, pretty close to it in terms of their schools. And we think this is a great way. They'll all have a teacher and a CDA, in a classroom, excited about this program. When you hear some things about the ESSER II funds, this is how we're planning on closing the gap and being proactive, getting ahead of these things, not letting them catch us off guard. I know this is a little bit lengthy of a presentation or a discussion, but we have also a lot of good things happening. I'll minimize some of them, but I do and very happy to announce that Pinellas County has been named as one of the 2021 best communities for music education in the nation. This is the National Association of Music Merchants, the NAMM. It's the second year in a row that for Pinellas County to receive this honor, and it's been honored because of our commitment and dedication to providing music access. I always talk a lot about access, providing music access to all children, all grade levels. Only 5 others Florida district earned this designation. And thank you, and I certainly want to recognize Jory Spencer, our new music specialist, for his work. And thank you to the board members who went out to Tyrone groundbreaking. We had a blast. We had a fun time. Thank you to Principal Mobley and the Row Architects and A.D. Morgan Construction, Mr. Herbeck and Doug Poli, and Dr. Carr for your comments during that groundbreaking. It was a great celebration of students, and that school is going to be just phenomenal when we're finished. That concludes my comments. Thank you for your patience too.
Good, thank you, Dr. Grego. There certainly is a lot going on in the district, even though we sometimes feel like we're a little bit isolated, so it's good to hear all of those kinds of things. So thank you very much. Items introduced by the attorney.
I have no report this morning, thank you.
You're doing a good job of keeping us out of trouble, thank you. Items introduced by the school board members. Dr. Carr.
Thank you. I'd like to say thank you for the hard work communicating the testing and where we are and explaining an often very complex issue of accountability to so many different audiences. So thank you to the communications team. I think that was really well done. And I'd like to thank Mrs. Vigu as well, who had to, we have local guidance, we have state guidance, and then we have international programs that set their own guidance. And her ability to really clarify that for us was very helpful. And sometimes when things are first explained, there need to be more questions asked and more answers received. So I really appreciate her quick response and clarification to any questions that we've had regarding IB and AP requirements for testing, and thank her for that. I also wanted to say thank you to Ms. Robin Mobley for a great job done. She really integrated students into the groundbreaking ceremony, and I thought that added quite a bit, and it really resonated with me because something that has been apparent throughout this as we visit schools and we attend different events really is, and it was mentioned in the Dunedin presentation today, is the resiliency, creativity, and leadership of our students. Sometimes we're asked how we receive information and if we are reviewing information. And so you're aware, we have received and we continue to receive and are grateful for input from students regarding a variety of topics on email. So we do read our emails, we do pay attention to your input, and while we have speakers who are present here today, and I'm sure after we adjourn we'll continue to have speakers, we also receive a lot of information through Let's Talk comments as well as direct emails to the board from students and others regarding different topics. And I just want to reiterate around the mask issue that that's a topic coming forward in our workshop. It wasn't specifically on our agenda, and nor is the property that we've received quite a bit. And I know it's poignant, being that it's also Native Plant Awareness Month. And I'm grateful for the email from the chapter of the Native Plant Society and others who have continued to keep us informed. We definitely or and I can't speak for the board, I know, but I see a lot of head shaking. So we all read the emails and are appreciative of your input in a variety of forms and formats. But I think it's really important also to be aware that our agendas and the content of what's going forward in our workshops and our meetings are provided on the website. So sometimes people can be timely in their comments and make sure they're being proactive in keeping us informed of their opinions. So thank you to the community for your continued input and information that you provide. It's important that we receive it, and just want to make sure you're aware that we have received that information on the variety of topics that are important to you.
All right. Are there any other board members that have items to bring forward? All right, I have one. Dr. Grego, I'll do that and I'll continue and then you go. Okay. I believe the Florida Association of District School Superintendents sent a letter to Commissioner Corcoran thanking them for the executive order. I'm not going to all of that. I would like us as a board to also send a letter of thanks to Commissioner Corcoran. We have many times written letters asking for things, but I don't think that we thank them enough when things do happen. So I don't know if you want me to do this in the form of a motion, or whether people just want to give me a thumbs up saying, yes, let's send it on behalf of the board, or how you want to handle it. If you feel comfortable, I will just do a thumbs up and head shaking. I'm seeing several heads. Okay, so I would like to then go on the record that we're going to send a letter of thanks to Commissioner Corcoran for the executive order, because it really gave us almost everything we were asking for. And I think it's important that we let them know. So thank you. And we will go. Dr. Carr, you want to speak to that? Okay.
Thank you, and I think we need to also publicly acknowledge the leadership of our superintendent.
Mm-hmm.
When we were able to hear the governor speak in Palm Harbor, he did say, and the commissioner, that Dr. Grego was on speed dial, I think were his exact words.
Mm-hmm.
And the leadership team in teaching and learning and communication, as well as policy, who spend many weekends throughout this entire situation that we're in, working and advising the Commissioner of Education. So.
All right, good, thank you. And Dr. Grego, thank you for your leadership. I know it's been difficult kind of trying to juggle it all right now. This is a difficult year to be president of that association, but I can't think of anybody
As
that
good a
I
year
think
as
would be
any.
better.
I mean, it's good. Let me add one more thing, is that I know Mr. Hervick is, if you mentioned about the colostrum, and Mr. Hervick has a meeting with them this Thursday, just to give you that context if your speakers, as you receive emails. So I trust in his ability to work with folks, so thank you.
Very good, thank you. All right, Mrs. Kane.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to give a word of thanks also to kind of dovetail on what Dr. Carr was speaking about, the Tyrone groundbreaking. It was a very inspiring experience for us that were there. And it was some of the things that Bro Architects really spoke to me about inspiring the community, about how this building is to create future dreams. And we had so many students speaking to this, and we had the architects there and the principal, and thank you to the principal for what a wonderful job she did on this ceremony. It was outstanding. It was a very inspiring event in this very difficult time. It's been a tumultuous year for a lot of people. A lot of things are going on, but here we had this moment of inspiration. It was really beautifully done with artwork and all sort of things. And I just wanted to give a word of thanks to everyone who participated. That was just a very inspiring event. And it kind of brought me back to thinking about how schools really create a community atmosphere, how we treat our schools, how our families and community are able to participate at events at those schools and in those buildings, are really what contributes to our community and our community atmosphere. It's so important to remember that the students are always watching and watching what we do as adults and how we interact and how we create that type of community. I've been to several schools since then, to Gulfport, to Azalea Middle, and several others, got to experience some really amazing innovations. When we talk about our students being creative, I have to give a shout out to Azalea Middle School's engineering program. We had an opportunity to tour that. They have a flight simulator as part of their engineering programs, and they tried to teach me. And they let me fly a plane, but it was a bad landing. But it was an interesting experience, really fantastic to be able to share that with students throughout the county, that we have programs like this that are going on, and students are continuing to innovate and continuing to learn, even though it's been a tough year for many of us adults. And it was a really outstanding experience. The engineering teacher really did an amazing job setting that up, and for the students, and they're learning so much about a subject that so many of them love, and in a fun and exciting way that really speaks to them. So that was just an outstanding visit. And thank you, Dr. Grego, for all that you have done. This has been a lot. There's been a lot on the table with Governor DeSantis' visits, with putting together all of the applications for these grant funds, for so many things. And we just want to thank you for your leadership at this time, and thank you to staff.
All right. I see no other indication of board members having items to bring forward. So with that, are there any requests?
No, Madam Chair, we had no
Corbett,
requests.
other than the thank you note?
Yeah.
All right. We will do the school board, our little evaluation of the meeting that we have after we hear our speakers from the public. So with that, this meeting is adjourned. All right, so now, Mrs. Simonetti, before, now we'll start with the public participation, but before we start with that, I don't know how long this will last, but I will be leaving this meeting at 1:30 if we are not finished, as I need to go out of town. So I will be turning it over to our illustrious vice chairman, should it still be continuing. So with that, Mrs. Simonetti, do we have speakers?
Board members and Dr. Grego, we have 53 speakers signed up for general public comments. I'll also add that we received 41 electronic comments as well, which will be captured in the minutes. Our first speaker is Nancy Velarde.
Good morning.
Good morning. Your employees have been very grateful for the mask policy being upheld in our schools despite changes in other localities and venues. I am very pleased that PCS, along with many other districts, put the safety of their employees and students front and center and have never wavered from the promise of protection. Pinellas County is seeing a surge in case numbers with the positive test rate almost doubling, pushing our area back into the high-risk category. But those numbers are no longer being reflected in our schools. I believe this is due to a combination of the easy access to vaccinations for those who wish to have them and the continuation of the mask policy. It is imperative that this policy remain in place for the remainder of this year, especially during the dangerous surge of infections in our community. While the governor has dismissed the use of masks as being productive, he admitted that his medical experts were not in the mainstream, and they go against the grain of the consensus of most medical practitioners across the nation. He also stressed that local control should remain in place, and each area and organization should make their own decisions. The decision that this district has made has been one of caution and preemptive protection, and it is deeply appreciated by those who teach and learn in our classrooms and has allowed a quality education to continue under difficult and less than ideal circumstances. Local control has also been recommended in the most recent emergency order from the Commissioner of Education regarding high-stakes testing. A heavy burden has been lifted from our students, as these state tests will not be used to determine grade promotion or graduation, and rightfully so. The learning this year has been fundamentally different and has proved to be far inferior to the traditional environment. Most students are receiving instruction either virtually or in a simultaneous classroom. It has been repeatedly stated here that these platforms are detrimental to the success of our students, despite the best efforts of all involved. With that understood and accepted as truth by all, why should the schools be labeled or teachers be evaluated using these scores which will not fully reflect the true abilities of our students, if indeed they ever have? For the very same reasons that our students will not be arbitrarily rated and judged by these tests, neither should our schools or our educators, who have been, in the commissioner's words, courageous and dedicated in their steadfast determination to keep our schools going. Everybody has faced unprecedented challenges this year, and everybody should be given the same consideration and held harmless. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Drew Goody.
Good morning. To the members of the school board. Hi, my name is Drew Goody, and I'm in 8th grade at Clearwater Fundamental Middle School. My favorite elective is band. I began learning the French horn in the 6th grade. When we returned to in-person learning in August, we were required to wear a mask with a slit cut in it to slide our mouthpiece through. When I play, I have to regulate my airflow through the instrument to properly hit my notes. The mask creates a challenge as I cannot properly inhale enough air when I have my rests and breaks. The mask covers my nose, and I cannot quickly move the mouthpiece away from my lips as I have to work it back through the hole cut in the mask. I have to take breaks because I get lightheaded if we play for a long amount of time. Additionally, I have to cover the bell of the instrument, which prevents me from properly playing the French horn. What was once a highlight in my day has now become a challenge for me physically. I'm appealing to the school board to please allow students to return to school after summer to come back to a normal environment, one where I can interact with my peers and sit normally at lunch, not surrounded with plexiglass, an environment where teachers can teach without having to repeat themselves multiple times because they are not easily understood. I will start high school in August, and I hope to meet new people and build relationships without having to be masked and isolated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I think we're hoping the same thing.
Our next speaker is Kira Barrera.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Kira Barrera, and I'm here on behalf of the Suncoast Sierra Club and our members around the county. I want to thank you for providing me time to speak to you today and for your service to our students. I'm also thrilled to be able to congratulate you guys on your Energy Star Award. It's just really remarkable, and your commitment to cultivating a culture of conservation. I also couldn't help but notice all of the beautiful student art on my approach into this chamber today, and how much of it depicted and was inspired by animals and Florida's natural environment. I want to thank Mr. Herbeck for working with the public so far to preserve the West Klosterman parcel. But that is why I'm here to speak to you today. This parcel is public land. It was purchased in the 1990s with taxpayer dollars, and it belongs to the citizens of Pinellas County. It was placed in your trust for the benefit of our children. A natural, thriving environment, clean water and air, resiliency from climate change, and green open spaces are benefits to our children that this property provides, which will be lost forever if it is approved for sale to developers. As elected educational representatives, you have the opportunity to lead by example and to do what is right for our children, the environment, and all of your constituents. We live in the most densely populated county in the state, with very little green space remaining, and the Suncoast Sierra Club strongly encourages this school board to reconsider the decision to sell this property, which contains endangered and threatened species, including some of the last remaining scrub in Pinellas County. Please preserve this property as an outdoor classroom where our children can learn about, interact, and engage with the priceless natural resources it offers, as we saw in that wonderful field trip you featured at Booker Creek. If you must release your stewardship of this public land, then take the ethical action of selling this property to the county for what you purchased it for, if necessary, adjusted for inflation. At the very least, provide the public as much time as is needed to raise the funds to acquire this property for preservation. You have so many other properties in your portfolio. Why this one? Why now? You've had it for 30 years. There have been arbitrary deadlines to sell, and we just don't understand. The Suncoast Sierra Club looks forward to continuing to work with you, the Native Plant Society, the Audubon Society, Bloom Creek Connections, the West Closterman and Preserve Group, and the rest of the public to preserve this land. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next
Okay. Okay. And as Ms. Cotton is coming up, in our procedures, clapping and applauding is not part of what is acceptable at this point. You can give them a thumbs up or wave your hands or just, smile. But thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Cotton, and I have 3 elementary-age children in the Pinellas County School System. I'm thankful to have our children back in the classroom this year, and while I appreciate the concern and care the schools have given to keep our kids healthy physically, I feel it has been to the neglect of their emotional and mental well-being. Recently, my 7-year-old son came home frustrated and upset because a girl had yelled at him to take a few steps back. He was too close, and if he didn't move, she would give him COVID. The idea that healthy people are endangering others simply by breathing is a harmful message being taught day in and day out at school. By enforcing every child to stay distant from one another and have no physical contact, they are getting a loud and clear message to see others as illness spreaders instead of classmates and friends. There are no handshakes, no hugs, no warm smiles from a teacher, and the value of connection and trust by being able to read people's facial expressions have all gone away. I think we can agree that we want our kids to feel secure and valued, but when schools force our children to cover their faces all day in a mask, it's a constant reminder to be afraid, feel anxious, and lose their sense of identity. In addition, it goes against the county mandate that gives parents the right to choose whether their kids are masked or not. In a recent study of over 25,000 school-aged children, the effects of all-day mask wearing included headaches, dizziness, fatigue, shortness of breath, sleep issues, chest tightness, difficulty concentrating, accelerated respiration, weakness, and impairment of consciousness. Long-term psychological impacts of mask wearing on children included depression, anxiety, and OCD. I stand here today and appeal to the board to make the upcoming school year one of normalcy for our children who have had so many losses and disappointments over the last year. The events and traditions that make school fun, inviting, and memorable deserve a place in our kids' lives. After-school activities, sports, and field trips and parent involvement are so beneficial to their development, and yet they've all been canceled this past year. My 10-year-old daughter asked me to share how sad and hard it is for her to go to lunch and not sit with her friends, but instead be given an assigned dot where she has to stay distant from others and plexiglass in front of her face, making it nearly impossible to hear others or be heard. Our kids need that social interaction with others and the mental break to just be kids and talk with their friends without feeling isolated. There is no perfect day or time when we will all be safe from sickness. We must have the courage to make a choice to stop living with the burden of fear and give our children the freedom to interact normally with each other once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carol Storost.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
After 25 years, I retired as a middle school counselor in Ohio. When the lockdowns and mandate masking began last year, I was very concerned about the children and what effect it would have on them in the short term and the long term. It's very important for their development to be able to communicate, pay attention in class, make friends, have fun, and focus on their classwork. I also realized they would be fearful of the changes. As you know, students are not little adults. I knew this would be a traumatic experience for them in every way, and it has been. I worked with thousands of children in Ohio, and I'm very concerned for my 3 grandchildren still there. My son is an excellent dad, but his children have suffered. They have been separated from their friends, lost out on all the school activities they enjoyed. Needless to say, they have not fared very well. My 11-year-old has been affected the most. He was sad and lonely most of the year. My senior is disappointed and upset that there will be no prom or graduation again this year. We did not know about the COVID early on, but now we're more informed. We know children are not likely to spread the virus. There are effective treatments and even a vaccine. The outlook is much more favorable than it was this time last year. There is simply no reason for the teachers to refuse to work unless the children are masked. Governor DeSantis has Florida as one of the least locked down states, and he believes it's time to unmask. Thousands of doctors have assured us of that. So why are the schools still enforcing all-day masking for children? The parents in the district don't want it. Isn't that ultimately their decision? In preparing for my speech today, I began researching the dangers of long-term masking, especially for children. Man, I can't breathe. And there's a myriad of dangers. I'm more fearful of students wearing masks all day than I've ever been of the virus. In case anyone is interested, I have a file of studies and journal articles stating masks aren't needed and it's unethical to force children to wear one for extended hours. No one can say what damage has been done to the psyche. Oh, goodness, I'm almost out of time.
You are out of time.
Take off their masks.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carla Rudolph.
Good morning.
Good morning. You know, the pastor that came in this morning, I didn't catch his name, I wasn't in here, but I did hear him talk about the God of love, and he was requesting for discernment and wisdom. And so I want to expand on that. I think we all want truth, and discernment is knowing the difference between a lie and the truth. And then wisdom, I think wisdom actually only comes from God. And he referred to him as the God of love. He has a name. His name is Jesus, Jesus Christ. And he is the God of love. And he is the one that gives us wisdom. And you take the wisdom, and once you have the lies and the truth, the discernment, what to do with that is the wisdom from God. I keep hearing all of these speakers talk about, and this is not just this meeting, it's been past meetings. I haven't been here before, but I've listened and I've been out waving the flags. There's a lot of truth, it seems to be, coming from the speakers. And I know you're listening to doctors. It's hard to discern the lies and the truth. And even when Jesus walked this earth, he performed miracles and he had parables that he spoke. And people were there and right in his face, and they didn't understand it. And Jesus said, they have eyes, but they don't see, and they have ears, but they don't hear, and their minds don't understand. I don't know, maybe their hearts were hard. I don't know your hearts. I don't know. There's a lot of things that we don't know in these hard times, and we do need to seek wisdom and discernment from the God who does know. And he says that if we search for him with all our hearts, all our minds, all our souls, we will find him, and he will tell us the truth. And the thing is, everything that you think and everything that you say, he already knows it before you think it. He knows the words that come out of your mouth and my mouth. This is all about me, too. This is not just you guys. It's everybody that walks in this room. He knows what we think. He knows what we're going to say before we even say it. And he holds us accountable to all of that. It's all uncovered and laid bare before his eyes. We need to seek discernment and wisdom from him in all of this stuff. I do believe that there's a lot going on and there are a lot of lies being spread out there. And just because more people believe the lie does not make it true. There are people, a lot of the speakers, I know some of them personally, and I know the diligence and the searching that they've done and I've done to find out really what's going on here. And we are being deceived. We are being deceived. We need to seek wisdom from God to know what to do. We are harming our children by making them wear these masks all day long. Please unmask our children. In Jesus' name, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Fox.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm sure you remember me. I've been here before. I always ask the question, when does it end? Now we're hearing today that it won't end this year, which I have a problem with because it should end now. I'm going to start with a quote from a Holocaust survivor, Vera Sharov. She's a human rights advocate and founder of the Alliance for Human Research Protection. And here's the quote. "Mandatory masks are an insidious psychological weapon. They demean our dignity as free human beings. They do not work in this or any other epidemic. And they are the symbolic equivalent of the yellow star." And I'd like to share a story with you that a friend shared with me. She went to pick up her young son from school to take him to an appointment. She walked into an office, and a very small child was in that office, vomiting. Nobody was comforting that child. They were concerned that his mask, which was wet and full of vomit, was off of his face. So tell me, why are they concerned about a wet, vomit-filled mask falling off this child's face and not showing any compassion to the child? Why? Because masking is removing dignity, decency, and humanity from our schools. And if you don't believe that, maybe you should go look around. What about the incident we had last month of the bullying, and they couldn't identify the right people because of the masks? They were hiding behind their masks. The UK government issued new guidance on masking in kids this week. Masks are only advised for children over 12. They're not recommended at all for primary school kids, and they also discourage social distancing. And I think you've heard why. Children are being isolated. They can't talk to their friends at lunchtime. I asked my granddaughter, did you share such and such a story with your friend at lunch? No, I'm not allowed to talk to anybody at lunch. I have to sit social distanced from everybody. So why is the UK following the science? Why aren't you? Are you capable of making decisions on your own or looking at the other science? You only listen to a small number, a handful of doctors? Given all the information that's available out there, will you just listen to them, whether it's right or wrong, without looking for yourself to see what might be right? Even the county's given the parents the right to decide what's right for their children. Why won't you? And please, stop quoting the positivity rate as if it's a valid statistic. It's totally dependent on the number of tests given. And now that the CDC no longer recommends asymptomatic people get tested, of course the rate's going to go up because the only people getting tested are people that feel sick. So positivity rate means squat, nothing. It's not valid at all.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anne Marie Weather.
Welcome.
Good morning or afternoon, I'm not sure.
Good morning.
Madam Chair, Dr. Grego, school board administrators. Hello again. I was here last month, and I almost toyed with not coming again. But today my visit is to remind you, as you move into your workshop next week, that there are, as you know, we went from 30 speakers last month to 53 this month. There are many that just want our right returned to us as parents. There are parents, it is our obligation. We love them. We're going to do what's best for them. As an example, I have some really good friends that they want their children in a mask all day long at school, but they also value the fact that other parents are not comfortable with this. Whether it's science, it's other medical history, whatever the reason is, they are our children. And they even know that it is our right to decide what's best for them. So as this year began, I was really given no real choice. You see, the love my children have for their school and their community and teachers, we knew that after 6 months, they had to go back, masks and all, and we did it. We did it your way, and we really didn't have a choice if we wanted some normalcy. We really didn't. So as we progress toward next year, I'm already planning in my head, what am I gonna do with my children? Am I gonna have to remove them from their environment, from their livelihood, because of your decision for my child? And I have to say that one main takeaway I had from the last meeting was Dr. Cho. Dr. Cho advises you, Dr. Cho advises the Board of Commissioners. That same man does not tell the county to mask the children. What's the difference? Do you see the inconsistencies? And that for me as a parent has been so hard. I look at social media and I see you guys going into schools. I see other teachers going into other schools to recruit for sports. I see high schools putting on a golf tournament, and my 5th grader can't have a graduation outside in a park. You have to see the inconsistencies are broad, and they are staring us in the face, and they make it harder and harder to stand for what is going on. The data is real, it's alive. I took it from the CDC. Children are they're not getting COVID. They're not giving COVID. It's just the bottom line. I looked again today like I did last month. Last week, the statistic was 0.0087 out of 100,000 students tested positive for COVID. That's not even a whole child. That's 1,000,000ths of a child, yet you have 100% of the students masked? I ask you, is that a free and appropriate public education? I think not. And while I was gonna stand here and say, please, for next year, I'm actually begging you for this year to relook.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric Weather.
Good morning.
Good morning. My wife is the eloquent one, so I don't have much to add to the conversation. I'm a father of 2 Pinellas County school kids, and professionally I'm a scientist. You know, I've looked at all the numbers like everybody else, and it just doesn't make sense to force kids to wear masks if the parents don't want them to. So I'm in support of parent choice for moving forward immediately or next year if that's what it takes. But as Dr. Cho rightly pointed out, you know, we're not just talking about kids walking into Home Depot or walking into Publix. You know, they're prolonged masking for 6 hours a day, and 75% of people that do that have negative impacts. So 75% of our kids are suffering for this, right? Doesn't seem like a good reason. But also wanted to point out there's a study quoted earlier. I think it was talking about how masked schools versus mask optional schools. I just want to point out, I read that study, and it took all schools that had higher precautions across the board, including, you know, more sanitation, more allowance for kids to be at home, taking school from home, a broad array of extra precautions. It took all those schools and it put them into a category of masked. And it took schools with lower precautions and it put them into the category of mask optional. So it's just be careful with this, with the science, right? It's a categorically biased study. You know, that's one of the ways that science can be unfortunately used to promote an agenda rather than, you know, make informed data-driven decisions. So just read carefully. That's what I would recommend. And yeah, I agree with people that have spoken before me. Unmask these kids, or at least give us the choice to do that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tracy Kepler.
Good morning.
And right there, starting with the sanitization. I mean, I'm an adult. I'm capable of washing my hands when I leave here. I can only imagine what you guys are doing to the kids in our school and all the extra toxins they're being exposed to. I was also at the last meeting, and I didn't really plan on coming today, but I've been leaving these meetings just feeling the way we're treated, like, you know, I'm a taxpayer, I'm a parent, I come to this school board that my tax dollars pay for, and just the whole environment, you know, we walk in, there's this huge police presence. I don't know if that's normal during typical school board meetings. I've never come in the past, but it seems very overwhelming. As a parent just coming to speak for my children, we get put in these little holding rooms. The rules in there are kind of crazy. You can't sit at a table with somebody you don't live with. Again, I'm an adult. If I drove here with somebody, I'm perfectly okay to sit with them at a table. Besides, if these masks that you enforce work, who cares how many of us are at a table? I will say today was a little bit better. Again, it makes me just wonder, I can only imagine what the kids are going through if this is the kind of experience they have in the school. Stay away from everybody without a face, even looking at you all up there with your masks on. This is so weird to me because I'm not a person that wears, this is the only place I wear a mask. So I come here and I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. And it's not something I would ever subject my children to. I pulled them out before the school year started because I wouldn't have them in masks. We've been homeschooling quite successfully. I had a speech here, I'm not really following it. I've lost confidence in leaving my children's education up to you all. I'll say my older son has autism, and I have spent the last decade researching every health choice that my family makes. I mean, to a point where my life has been dominated by this, and I'm not about to start letting the school make my children's health choices for me. They won't wear a mask. I am worried about all the chemicals and what you guys are doing in the school, if that is happening there frequently as well. Basically, I'm at a point, and I'm really sad to say this because I've had positive experiences with the schools in the past, but I don't think I'm going to be sending my kids back to a public school. I think we're either going to be homeschooling or sending to a private school where I feel like the leadership team has a vested interest in working with the parents for the children. That said, I am going to be taking advantage of one of Florida's Step Up for Student scholarships for my one son, and I have now joined the fight for 100% school choice vouchers for the other, because as long as I'm paying money, I feel like my money should go to a school that I trust with both my children's health and their education. I really hope you guys put choice back to the parent where it should be and reconsider the mask mandate for the sake of the other kids out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Shauna Nelson.
And good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I had started my speech with good morning. We've definitely been here a while, so thank you for having me today. The first thing I'd like to do is thank Lisa Kane for your unwavering support and commitment to our children and education. We greatly appreciate you. I've stood before you several times before. Today I could stand here, and I laid in bed last night saying, hey, what do I really want to talk about? Do I want to reiterate the data I've brought up, or my peers have brought up, the studies, what DeSantis's roundtable has said again now for a second time, actually third time. So today I'm just here to remind you that my child has vision disorders that mimic dyslexia, and she has dyslexia. I pulled her with the McKay Scholarship, so I am using my tax dollars to pay for her schooling. She's doing amazing where she's at, and she is happy, healthy, thriving, and she's never put a mask on her face. And I thank God for that. So why am I here? I'm here to support those who can't be and those that are too afraid to be here. And I guess I'm here to support, if my kid someday wants to come back to public school, I want her to be able to have that option. But as you continue with the draconian rule of the mask mandates, that's nothing that's going to be in our near future. What you are doing is creating generational trauma, and you're also turning your teachers into the mask police. I decided while I sat and waited my turn that I would share with you a personal story. 2 weeks ago, my mother passed away after a 41-year battle with MS. I am 44. I really lost her emotionally, mentally 25 years ago, so I've been grieving her death for a really long time. At 8 years old, my daughter is 9, I became her parent. My days at 8 years old became, how do I keep her safe? How do I keep us safe? It was all on me as a child. The trauma the generational trauma, because her mother was also sick and she lost her mother at a young age, only 2 years before I lost her mentally. The trauma that caused in me is still in me today, but I've done a lot of work. But what did it create? It created an anxious, panicked, depressed, suicidal thought child at a very young age. Everything I saw, it was if I bring that home to my mother, it's going to attack her immune system, and I could get her sick. That was on me. And then I thought I was responsible for everybody else's health. Forget my own, because I was sick all the time. Because can you imagine the stress on a child? That's what this is doing. I'm fortunate. I have God, and I did my work, and I'm not passing this down to my child. I am teaching her that she is a voice and that she is not responsible for other people's choices in medical and health freedom. She is responsible for her own. And she knows what her mama went through, and she knows what her Nana went through, and she will not carry the pains that our generation knew.
Thank you. Mhm.
Our next speaker is Maria Hall.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Thank you for your time today. This is my first meeting, so I've been learning a lot, but I agree with everybody that went past before me, and I just want to reiterate some things. I'd like to start with the science about masks. Masks have not been proven to be safe and effective in preventing the transmission of COVID. In May 2020, the CDC produced a study in which it reviewed data on influenza virus, which is the same size as COVID. They came to the conclusion that masks are not effective at stopping the spread. Not to mention, none of the masks we are wearing are medical masks or are effective or approved in preventing the spread of viruses. Unlike bacteria, viruses are 100 times smaller than a bacteria. They're submicroscopic. The paper mask we're wearing are to keep bacteria inside our mouths. So it's not preventing the spread of COVID. It is also developmentally inappropriate for our children to be masked all day for a variety of reasons, from social reasons to not seeing facial gestures and learning facial gestures, to not learning how to read by seeing mouths move. And for my kids personally who have extreme severe ADHD, it is very hard to pay attention and focus already for them, and then put a mask on a teacher and all their friends. It is very hard to follow and keep along. It was hard for me to even understand a lot of you speaking today because of the mask muffling our voices. It is dangerous and completely unhealthy to be masked all day and to be breathing in our own carbon dioxide. That's not how we were created by God. Have you guys all worn a mask for 8 hours a day, nonstop, without taking it off? We're doing this to our children, and you're forcing us to. Or doing what I did, which is taking my kids out of school for the first semester and homeschooling them, which was not a choice I wanted to make, but I had to for the health of my children. Next, I'd like to say that children do not easily contract or spread COVID. Teachers are now able to get vaccinated if they want to, so the teachers can cover themselves if they feel they need to do that. Our schools in Florida have been opened with no issues, little to no issues all year round. We were a landmark for the rest of the country. We did it better than they did, and you gave us the choice to either go to school or stay home. I'd like the same choice for our children next year. I'd like a choice to be parents. Do you want to put a mask on your child or not? If a parent chooses to mask their children, that's fine with me. But if I choose the health of my children, that's what my choice should be. If a parent wants to send their school with a mask or two, that's fine. But I should have the same choice. Our cases are very low and even lower by August. We know that will happen. To suggest we still need a mask for all of next year is absolutely ridiculous. Let our children breathe. This is a basic human right. That's my time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Summer Ray.
Welcome.
Hello. I am a parent of a kindergarten student here in Pinellas County Schools. I am very thankful that the schools have been opened, but I was disappointed that this was the way he had to start kindergarten. I would also like to state that I am a doctor of physical therapy, a certified exercise physiologist, and I have been in the medical field for 20 plus years. So my question first is, what credentials do you have that qualify you to make decisions on health care for my children or any of these other parents' children? I know you have a committee of doctors, and I'd be more than happy to be invited to that board. We as parents have the right to make choices for our children regarding their health care. We know there's no scientific evidence that masks do anything to protect against COVID or any other respiratory virus because we have never worn masks before. There have been stricter mask mandates and lockdowns in other states, and the number of cases in those states have been higher than here in Florida. We also know that children are hardly affected. They are at very, very low risk for contracting the virus and for spreading it. These masks, as many have stated before, are developmentally inappropriate. They cannot see facial expressions of their teachers, of their friends. Do you know that a smile can change someone's day? We all know that. They are damaging to them. Listen to that boy that came up here first, that boy Drew. It also is pretty ironic to me that these kids need to stay masked all day long with their friends who they see every day in the same class, yet after school, they play sports together, they go to the park, they go to birthday parties, all unmasked. But we come back to school and we have masks on. My daughter goes to a private school. She's been back there since the end of April of last year. They do not enforce masks. She has not worn a mask since then. Remember, it is our immune system that keeps us healthy, not a mask. We need to teach to eat healthy foods, exercise, get outside, get fresh air, get sunshine. That is what is going to protect us and keep us healthy. These masks are also a breeding ground for bacteria that can cause other issues. All we are requesting is that you make masks optional. It is my right to choose what is best for my family and my children, as it is your right to choose what's best for yours. If you want to wear a mask, if other parents want to mask their children, that is fine by me. I just would like the choice for my children as well, and allow us to make the choice to unmask our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kristen Lynn.
Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Kristen, and I'm here on behalf of the continued overreach and unfair rules that have been enforced by the Pinellas County School Board on our minor children. Despite that, I would also like to say that I'm very thankful that my children have able to attend school. Their principal and their teacher have been wonderful and supportive through all this. However, with that being said, students are not face-to-face at school. They're actually mask-to-mask. I'm a registered dental hygienist and have been in the dental field for 30 years. I talked about the severe decline in my patients' oral health back in November. Since then, I am still continuing to see a severe decline in my patients' oral health, which directly contributes to a weakened immune system. When the school year started, we as parents accepted the fact that our children would be wearing face masks. Although many parents may have been okay with it, there were many parents that were not, but we trusted your judgment and sent our kids to school. Now time has gone on, and I think we deserve and return respect that we gave you in the beginning of the school year, and let it be up to the parents if we consent our children to wear masks. There are many, many statistics and data that have been submitted to you to warrant that face masks are not needed on our minor children. With that being said, you appear to stay within your little bubble and don't seek any statistics, data, or credible sources to help in your decisions. I also find it very disturbing that at school campuses you have plexiglass dividers between the students at their lunch tables. So let me ask you this: how can strangers get on an airplane, sit down, take their masks off to eat, shoulder to shoulder, but yet you're putting our minor children in plexiglass barriers to eat? We as parents and family members can encourage our children and give them true reasoning behind all this insanity, but they are still in your hands at school and are being conditioned to think that they are somewhat of a recluse. I've also been aware that our kindergartners, which are about 5 or 6 years old, have reading partners. They have masks on and plexiglass dividers between them. What is the point of this? How are these children learning? These children need to see facial expressions. They are growing human beings. They are children. Yet they are subject to these degrading conditions in school. It's been almost a year. The statistics are out and the data is out. Please look outside your bubble and see what is really happening. Allow parents to step foot on their child's campus. Let them eat lunch with their kids on Fridays. Prior to my kids attending public school, they attended a local private school. Every Friday, I'm at that private school dropping off another child to their parent. And you know what? The school is mask optional. The majority of the people are not wearing masks. They had a book fair a couple weeks ago, and everybody could attend, normally like they always have. We are holding our children back from all these things. Myself and many other families have already initiated the process of pulling our funding from you and redirecting it back into private school. In closing, I would ask that you allow the mask mandate be up to parents on a voluntary decision. I do respect people's decision if they want to.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gary Posh.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I've come here to implore you to do what we all know is best for our children. Some of the younger students here have no memory of school without masks, and that is so sad. You're all educated enough to know that mask mandates are severely hampering the interpersonal skills development of our children. The original intent may have been with society's best interests in mind, but as times have changed, so must mask protocol change. Because school-age children are the least vulnerable to COVID, we were assured that the masks were to protect our older relatives. Okay, fine, but that's over now because every vulnerable elder who wants the vaccine has gotten it. Let us, the adults, tell the truth here. There are no experts on the subject of children and mask wearing. If there were experts, they wouldn't be sending the horrific mismatch of nonsensical so-called information out there. The quote experts have failed our children monumentally. It's time for concerned grown-ups to start letting good old-fashioned common sense take over. If we let the quote experts have their way, here is what we need to do. And this is from the American Academy of Pediatrics. Great ideas. Number 1, practice wearing the face mask at home to get your child used to it. Because after all, he's going to be wearing it forever. Number 2, show your children pictures of other children wearing them. And that's wonderful. Let's teach our children to fall in line behind the other children. You talk about the death of free thought. And this is number 3, and this is the most sickening. Put a mask on a favorite stuffed animal. That is just sick. Okay? Here's another great bit of advice from the Academy, and I quote, face masks are also important to wear during most sports. These academics are totally out of touch with everything. Here's another quote from the experts. The good news is, as people continue to wear face masks, children have gotten used to them and are less likely to feel singled out or strange about feeling a mask. It has quickly become the new normal for all of us. End quote. These people have every intention of never lifting the call for masking up for everybody. They're now comparing it, and listen to this, they're comparing it to bicycle helmets and car seats. The sky is not falling down, and these prospective mask Nazis must be challenged and reeled in. Nobody on this panel wears a mask when they're in this office. We all know that. How can you all look yourselves in the mirror and say we as educated people are going to continue to destroy the development of our children and grandchildren? Remember, on the subject of children and masks, there are no experts. It's only common sense. Thank you.
Thank you. And while our next speaker is coming, go ahead and call the name and then.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Jones.
Okay. And while our next speaker is coming in, as board members need to leave, there are speakers in the back so that they're able to hear as people are sharing with us.
Hi.
Welcome.
I'm so nervous. I'm not a speaker.
Yeah, don't
I am
be.
a mom of 4. I have 2 step kids and 2 bio kids. And I love them dearly. My stepkids have made it very clear that they're okay wearing masks, and that's fine. But I've noticed a mental decline in them. They're a lot more stressed out, a lot more anxious. I'm sorry, I have a hard time breathing with this thing. A lot more stressed out, a lot more anxious. My 13-year-old has recently told me he's thought about suicide, and that really breaks my heart. And we have them in therapy right now, but this has been the hardest year because they're social creatures and they can't see their friends' faces. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
And it's just been really hard because as a parent, you want to do the best for your kids, and we can't pull them out because the online was so hard for them and so bad. They were distracted, and they would just go and play video games, honestly, and we tried our best to be there 24/7, but my husband and I are both working parents, and so we can't be there on the screen with them the whole entire time, so that wasn't an option with us. And plus, they begged to go back to school. They love their friends, they love the teachers, and I just think back to when I was a student. I grew up with ADHD, and it was so hard for me to pay attention. And it was also, I just felt so isolated and singled out because I was so different from everybody. And growing up, it was really difficult, but that smile that came from the teachers and that encouragement, or sometimes that handshake or that hug, or that the warm hand on your shoulder just meant everything, and that's not there anymore. And so my stepkids are really struggling, I think, mostly because of that. Not only can they not see their friends, but they can't get encouragement or advice or just anything from their teachers or staff. And I've encouraged him to go see his counselor, but he just doesn't want to do that because he doesn't want to feel, singled out or weird. And so as far as the masks go also, I went to 3 months ago, I went to a doctor's appointment. I had to wear a mask. I have severe asthma. That's why I'm struggling to breathe right now. But they put an oximeter on as part of my routine checkup, and my oxygen was at 93%. At 90%, you're going into the hospital and putting an oxygen mask on. And that concerned me because I was healthy, I felt fine, everything else was good, my blood work had come back good, and I was at 93%. And it's no wonder that I'm tired all the time, and when I'm wearing a mask for multiple hours, or even just in a store, I get really tired, or I feel very winded. And I'm trying to breathe in as much as possible, but if our kids are wearing that and I was at 93%, what's happening with them? Their brains are developing. I have a 3-year-old that's constantly crying to wear a mask. He gets seizures, and if he wears a mask and has a seizure, that's really detrimental to his health. I worry for him and the fact that he's feeling bullied or singled out because he doesn't have a mask on, and he doesn't understand that it's for your own health that you don't wear one, honey. It's not safe for you to wear one. I'm trying to explain that to him, but he's a 3-year-old. So my point is, people say that masks don't cause breathing problems. Yes, people can wear them all the time, that's fine, but some people can't, and some people do struggle. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mila Lembo.
Hi, my name is Maya Lembo, and I am an 8-year-old homeschool student. It is starting to get hot out again, and at PE, kids are wearing masks in the hot sun. The PE teachers are not forcing masks because they're outside, but the kids choose to wear them because the shows that they watch are telling them if they wear masks, they're superheroes. I am very sad for my friends at lunchtime because they are having to rush to eat their food and they cannot even talk to their friends. When I was in school, all me and my friends did was talk, and we did not have to sit spaced apart from each other. It is very hard for kids to learn, especially for preschoolers, because they cannot see their teachers' facial expressions, and they need those kind of things to learn. Preschoolers should not have to wear masks. All kids should not be required to wear masks because it is hurting their healthy immune systems, and to top it off, they cannot breathe. It is time to put a stop to this so more kids can play with their friends without worrying about social distancing. Unmask our children and let their smiles free. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Our next speaker is Cassandra Quartz.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Wow, I don't know if I can talk behind that one, So I try not to be up here and be really emotional about this, but I'm here to speak on behalf of the children I have seen over the last year children start to have depression, anxiety, so many social problems. And I just, and at the end of the day, you know, everybody said it, you know, there's no science behind this. And I'm here to plead. I'm here to plead to each and every one of you to please consider bringing normalcy back to our children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amber Simmons.
Welcome.
Hello. My name is Amber Simmons. I have lived in Pinellas County for the past 4 years with my husband and our 2 sons who are currently 10 and 14 years old. I was asked by a friend to speak about the locker situation. Many of you probably don't know this, but Palm Harbor Middle School does not let kids use their lockers. So they carry around their backpacks all day. My friend's son is a 6th grader there. His backpack weighs 19.8 pounds. He weighs 72 pounds. He has to carry it in, what he has to carry in it is a laptop, mouse, 6 folders, 3 notebooks, a math workbook, a lunchbox, an art drawing pad, pencils, markers, water bottle, phone, extra jacket or sweatshirt, and his track uniform. She was told the teachers say it's more convenient and the kids are getting less tardies because they don't have to stop at their lockers. Does that sound like they're putting the kids' health first? These heavy backpacks are very hard on young bodies, and I've heard many complaints from kids that their backpacks hurt their shoulders and backs. Please make schools give back the locker option to kids. I'm sure taxpayers would love to hear how much their taxes went to buying and installing all of these lockers, and the school is now not allowing children to use them. I also want to speak on the freedom of choice for kids being forced to wear face masks at school. I am a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ and that he was born on earth and crucified on the cross. I also believe he rose again. And by doing this, he bridged the gap from earth to heaven and to our God, our Heavenly Father. Now, I don't know your faiths, I don't know your beliefs, but I know God gave us free will. I believe he gave us the Bible to give us guidelines to follow, but again, gave us free will to make our choices. With making our own choices, we then have to live with the consequences of our choices. I hope you do not think of yourselves higher than God or gods if that is what you put your faith in. I believe that you can take our free will and believe that you can take our free will to make our choices. You can give or suggest guidelines, but parents should have the right to make their choice. We as parents chose to have our children. We chose their names, we chose their first outfit, their first car seat to get them home safe. We chose to put what shots to put into their bodies or what not to put into their bodies. We choose the foods to feed them with, and if we want them to eat junk or healthy. We chose what schools to send them to and to support them in their studies or to let them do their best with little assistance. We can choose to keep them in the Pinellas schools masked up or look to putting them into certain private schools where they are not forced to wear a mask, or look to move to neighboring counties who have not forced masks on children. Face masks are a health choice. It has to be up to the parents to choose if they want their kids freely breathing or if they want their kids wearing moist, bacteria-filled, viral-loaded face coverings all day. If you do not give us, the parents, the choice, then any consequences or repercussions from these harmful, unnecessary face masks will be on your hands. I ask you today to choose wisely and let masks be our choice for our children.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Happy.
Welcome.
Thank you. Dr. Grego, it's great to know from Dr. Carr that you have Governor DeSantis' phone number in your speed dial. So why don't you dial him up and let's hear from the experts from Harvard and Stanford. If you haven't done that already, he is in your speed dial, so give him a call because they have credentials that exceed Dr. Cho, and find out what the experts from Harvard and Stanford Medical School are going to tell you about masking the children if you didn't listen to the roundtable. Like to shout out to the 60+ odd people you're not seeing that are down on the street. Not only are they protesting your policy, but they're protesting you personally for masking their children. And those numbers are only going to continue to grow. I'm going to read you a little excerpt from Hans Christian Andersen's famous The Emperor's New Clothes. The crowds lining the streets praised the new suit, and they didn't want their neighbors to know they couldn't see it. Then suddenly, a young child called out, "The emperor has no clothes on!" One after another, more and more people whispered what the child said. "He has nothing on," they all cried. The emperor kept marching, though he feared that the people were right. This classic tale raises questions about self-deception, conformity, obedience to authority. It's very similar to the situation y'all have created here in Pinellas County Schools. Just as the emperor is wearing a pretend suit, which he was told the dishonest weavers was a beautiful suit that stupid people couldn't see, unfounded and unproven science behind putting children in masks for health reasons is also fake and harmful. Everyone pretended that they could see the clothes because they feared being called fools or otherwise, but the moral of the emperor's new clothes is that the people should be willing to speak up if they know the truth, and that the people should not believe things without empirical evidence. Remove the mask mandate. Let the families decide for themselves if they should put the children in masks. As of right now, we understand very clearly the emperor has no clothes.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is James Williams.
Welcome.
Thank you. Members of the school board, my name is James Patrick Williams, and I'm a Pinellas County homeschool dad. I would like to make 6 quick points. Thank you for this public forum. I believe sunlight is the best disinfectant. I hope you do too, and I hope you will learn something that can be put into action for the students. I would like to thank you for allowing and accepting unvaccinated students into your schools, even though it is required by law. Many private Christian schools do not accept unvaccinated students, even though many vaccines on the CDC schedule are cultured on cell lines and tissues harvested from aborted human fetuses. I would like to call your attention to a claim made by Dr. Allison Messina in the Pinellas County Schools YouTube video, Vaccine Frequently Asked Questions, uploaded March 10, 2021. At 4 minutes, 35 seconds, she said, placebo-controlled trials, just the way any vaccine does. None of the 16 vaccines used to administer the 69 doses by age 18, the CDC schedule, have been tested with an inert saline placebo. Instead, they have been tested against other vaccines or toxic adjuvants. Regarding the availability of COVID-19 shots, Dr. Allison Messina said at 5 minutes, 9 seconds, side effects that we do see are generally mild. 2,342 deaths and 34 miscarriages have been reported to the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System when a COVID-19 experimental injection was used. I have seen the electronic signboard at Tyrone Middle School advertise, no shots, no school, no kidding. That is illegal. Florida law allows for religious and medical exemptions. This deliberate concealment of parental rights is a power grab and not a respectable public health policy. Finally, in regards to the mandatory face covering policy, please end this mandate and let people breathe in a healthy and natural way. Dr. Fauci has recommended at different times wearing 2, 1, or no face mask. Please let students and staff follow his recommendations in the way each one feels is most healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I originally wrote this as a rap song, but I'm going to slow it down in the form of a poem. You say you want a healthy child, yet you put a face diaper on them and cover their smile. You say you don't want them to suffer sickness and disease, yet you keep them isolated and feed them processed mac and cheese. True health isn't bubble wrapping kids from a germ while feeding them crap. It's also digestive, respiratory, muscular, endocrine, mental, emotional, and social. If the news covered this science, you'd understand kids who need all of these things intact to develop their left and right brains, understand the world, and grow up with healthy connections. You say you preach equality and non-segregation, but you're discriminating against the non-masked and the non-vaccinated. You can make your own decisions, but is your mask and sterilization protecting you and others given all of your own personal intoxication? Alcohol, fast food, GMO, sugar, more fast food, more alcohol, I can list more. You think you're saving lives and have immunization, but it's hypocritical when you look at the above list of insane acts of sedation. Well, the mask is just a minor inconvenience, many of you comment. Not when kids suffer anxiety, depression, and past trauma, and masking can lead to a suicidal moment. But you're not a virologist, is another one you use. You're right, no, I'm not. Thank you for stating the obvious. I never said germs cause disease. I said health is from the inside out. Can you research that science, please? If you mandate a face covering on kids, I should mandate you stop smoking and drinking. If you mandate a face covering on kids, I should mandate you eat healthy. If you mandate a face covering on kids, I should mandate you exercise and walk every day. While we're following the experts and degrees, I have a master's degree from Johns Hopkins University, and I have trained kids, coached youth soccer, and practiced holistic health for over a decade. You've had time to use other health solutions that have been researched for years that empower the kids to get them healthy and fit. Yet this never was about health. It's about giving pharma profit. My mission is for kids to go through life not fearful but strong and purposeful and keep them free from a system that feeds them food and news that is fake. What are your actions teaching children today to be scared victims and slaves? Or are you encouraging them to be courageous, healthy, and live life their own way? Before I go, I have a few more closing questions. Are you truly saving lives? Are you really helping kids be healthier, freer, more enriched, more excited for life than they were ever before? Or are they still overscared, overteched, overstimulated, overstressed, overfearful, undernourished, underconnected, undersocial, and overanxious? If you cared about the health of these children, you take the mask off their faces.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kerry Johnson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Fear is a liar. Let me repeat, fear is a liar. That is the most important message I would like to get across today in case I become incoherent with my severe anxiety at speaking publicly. My name is Carrie. I'm a registered nurse that started my career 20 years ago in the pediatric intensive care sector and then went into emergency room care. But the most important reason that I'm here today is because I'm a mother. My daughter is not in the classroom. She is in my PCS online. Why? Because we refuse, as the medical executors of the most precious being in our life, to wear a medical device for hours on end while obtaining her given right to an education. If you knew me, you know that I'm a type A, borderline OCD, classic germaphobe. Most of the world has now risen to my basic standards. Hand washing. It has always been and will always be the #1 most evidence-based practice in my career field at preventing the spread of infection. More sinks in each classroom would be money very well spent. Back to fear. I'm pretty sure that I have PTSD from the fear instilled in me from the beginning of this pandemic. I feared the grocery store more than I feared going to my job in the ER. My daughter even got a D on her food art project during the lockdown because I wouldn't allow her to use any perishable food to enhance the art. Mind you, she has never gotten less than an A before or since. My heart goes out to those terrified grocery workers that were essential, but had to be present to keep their lives and families afloat. I feel the same way about our teachers, terrified. I forgot to quit after the Ebola scare. But we know better now. 1 year later, the evidence is in, but the fear is still being instilled. I spent copious hours citing research, but I don't have the time here today to recite each reference. The bottom line is that you teachers do not have to fear our children anymore. I had always told my mom, who used to babysit, that kids are germ bags. Wash your hands and don't eat or drink after her. But COVID-19 is an anomaly. But how, we all ask? Are kids not super spreaders of the virus? They're human too. Through review of many scientific peer-reviewed studies, teams of doctors drew two conclusions. First, children's lungs have a lot less of the proteins that COVID-19 uses as a pathway to infect human cells. Specifically, angiotensin converting enzyme 2, ACE2, and transmembrane serine protease 2. These enzymes, which are abundant in adult lungs, are exploited by COVID-19 to infect cells. The second conclusion is that a child's immune system is much better at fighting the virus. They have more T cells in their lungs, the cells that fight viruses. These cells come with proteins called IL-10, which make sure inflammation doesn't get out of control and damage other cells.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Corey Hacking.
Good morning,
Welcome.
school board. How are you guys doing? My name's Corey Hacking. I'm a resident of Palm Harbor and mother of 3 children, all attending in-person learning in Pinellas County. I'm a taxpayer, and I'm here to speak for many like me that could not be here today. I'm here to insist that you end this masking of our children at once. I will start by saying how truly grateful I am that the state of Florida forced the opening of schools in August, as I am skeptical to believe that you all would have done so. My children have been in class all day, every day, since August, with a mask covering their noses and mouths as mandated by the board. I'm opposed to this entirely, but I understand that my children need social interaction, as do all humans. It's been wonderful that when once off property, my children are able to run around unmasked with the same kids they were forced to hide themselves from and stay apart from all day at school. They've had football seasons with their classmates, run track meets, played tennis, gone to wrestling practice, swim practices, and even ice hockey. They've had sleepovers and play dates and birthday parties, all with the same classmates that Pinellas County schools are telling them to be afraid of and separating them from. Try explaining to a 6-year-old why he can play sports with his friends without a mask, but somehow when he gets to school, the same friend is now deadly and he has to stay away. Well, the science has proven it time and time again that his friend is not deadly, has never been deadly. Yet somehow these facts continue to fall on deaf ears in this boardroom. Also try explaining to the same 6-year-old why he can sit at a restaurant without a mask, but when he's at school, at his desk, he still has to wear this thing on his face all day. So if your concerns is for the teachers, well, that should no longer be a concern. The video call with Dr. Greco and Dr. Cho last month went into great detail reassuring Pinellas County teachers that vaccines were safe and encouraging everyone to get their vaccines. So that should no longer be an issue. So why is it still required? Well, first off, not all masks are created equal, right? The science has said that for over a year now. I'm sure you all turned into Governor DeSantis' roundtable last month, as well as the presser yesterday. And the science you claim to follow clearly declares that everyone must mask all the time, but realistically, only N95 masks really work. But yet, there are many teachers, administrators, and board members not wearing them. So why do we continue to pretend like this is doing something? Basically, I'm here to say that you guys are all elected officials. I love my kids going back to school, but you guys are here to represent us and all the families in Pinellas County, and right now you are really failing. I hate to say that, but thank you for your consideration of repealing this mandatory masking policy immediately. Please leave the decision to mask or not to mask up to individual families and not a bunch of local elected bureaucrats sitting in a boardroom. I look forward to sending my kids to school in the very near future with a smile on their face for their teachers and classmates to see for the first time in 9 months. If that doesn't happen, we will just simply follow so many others in vacating Pinellas County.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kayla Haas. Is Kayla Haas or Haas present?
Okay, we'll go to the next speaker, and if she comes in, we'll then then allow her to speak.
Our next speaker is Cassia Chappell.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Kasia Chapo. I'm a mother of two and a Pinellas County resident. It's been over 8 months by now. We should have the real scientific evidence to support our position, your position of continue masking our children. We know that there's no scientific evidence of your decision. But what we know, there's 100 true science research data that proves that masks do not work and actually hazardous are to our human health. The tighter a mask fits, the more likely it is to reduce blood oxygen level and increase the amount of CO2 being inhaled. It should be noted that optimal oxygen intake in humans should be, according to the OSHA US, be between 19.5 and 23.5%, and that any human occupied airspace where oxygen measure less than 19.5 should be labeled as not safe. Did you know that the percentage of oxygen inside the mask airspace generally measures 17.4% within seconds of putting on mask on your face? One of the most leading European neurologists, Dr. Grish Bryson, MD, PhD, in October 2020 warned that the rebreathing our exhale air because of the wearing mask will create oxygen deficiency and an excess of CO2 in the body. We know, she said, that the human brain is very sensitive to oxygen deprivation. There are nerve cells in the hippocampus that cannot last longer than 3 minutes without oxygen. Dr. Bryson pointed out that acute warning symptoms of oxygen deprivation are headache, dizziness, drowsiness, difficulty of concentrating, and slowing down the reaction times. The real danger is, however, that when the oxygen deprivation becomes chronic, the symptoms disappeared because the body gets used to them. However, efficiency remains impaired and the damage to the brain continue. We know that the neurodegenerative diseases takes years to decades to develop. Finally, Dr. Bryson points out that the children and teenagers must never wear masks, partially because they have extremely active and adaptive immune system, but also because their brains are especially active and vulnerable. The more active an organ is, the more oxygen it needs. And the damage to children's brains is huge, is irreversible. She warns that dementia is going to increase in 10 years and the younger generation will not be able to reach their potential because of the mask wearing. We need to stand up and protect our children because this is our generation who will be supporting you in the future. I grew up in communistic Poland. I stood every Saturday in a long line of portion food share in the military store as a 10-year-old. I didn't know any better because I was conditioned to it. The same as you condition our children now. They don't know any better. It's not right to mandate piece of cloth on their face for 8 hours a day. Please unmask our children and give us right to choose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brad Chappell. Our next speaker is Brad Chappell.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Pinellas County School Board members, what's up? In March of 2020, we were all trying to figure out the answer to that question. The media, the government was all telling us that if we did not adhere to the restrictions and, quote, flatten the curve, then there'd be millions and millions of Americans dead. One critical report predicted an audacious number of 2.2 million deaths by midsummer 2020. Here we are over a year later, no 2.2 million US deaths. Entire cities are not falling ill and dying as once predicted. But what has happened is tyrannical governments and organizations such as yourselves have seized power and refused to relinquish it back to the people. In 1 year, we've learned so much about this invisible enemy. It's turned out to be nowhere near the impact that the government and the media has told it that it would be. But the school board refuses to translate those learnings into reversing the actions against our children and rolling back the harmful mandatory masking of our healthy children. Let me tell you my personal story about my 9th grader who suffers from severe anxiety of wearing a mask. When he tries to remove the mask in class momentarily for a drink of water, he's chastised by the teacher to pull it up quickly. No mask breaks for my son. When one of his panic attacks set in, he was told to keep his mask up or he'd be kicked out of school and sent to learn from home. When I attempted to collaborate with the school leadership to work on using a face shield while seated in class or a split schedule, I was told that that's not an option. Either mask up the entire time on school property or stay at home and learn to fall behind with the, quote, new normal. Since then, he's been seeing a doctor on a weekly basis for the psychological impact that the mask policy has had on him. He has the right to go to school in person without masks. So I put that blame on this board. You failed him as a student. A brilliant young mind who holds above 4-point GPA with advanced placement curriculum. He's a true valued asset for all of the Pinellas County School Board system. You're abusing him and the rest of the student body each and every day with mandatory masking of healthy children. You're leaving scars that will never heal. You have no data, no science, no facts, no studies, no medical evaluation, no psychological evaluation to keep this nonsense going. School board, I plead to you, unmask our children today. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeannie Coffin.
Is Jeannie Coffin in the hall?
Jean Coffin. Kathleen Crum.
Good afternoon.
Hello. I wish I was more prepared, sitting in the corner, watching everybody with their papers and their phones. I ultimately decided to come here today because it was on my heart to talk to you. I am a former teacher at McMullen Booth. I am passionate about education. I now stay at home with my two boys. They are 3 and 5. And just to put a little bit of perspective for you, because not only am I a former teacher, but when I was at McMullen Booth, my peers elected me to be the one to come to the district office to help hire the principal at McMullen Booth Elementary. I feel that I give you a unique perspective here about our children and the developmental appropriateness of masks because I'm coming from a different perspective as a teacher. A lot of the people that you've spoken with today, they have this fervor and this anger and this emotion behind their words because they've been sitting with these feelings and this cognitive dissonance for so long. And I think everyone in here, even when we were talking about completely unrelated things when the officer was speaking, I can see it in your nods and I can see it in your faces that we're all very much in this together, even though it doesn't feel like that today. But I just want to urge you that in this moment, if you can quiet all of the noise in our world, quiet all of the hurt and the voices and even our own doubts about things. If you can really just quiet it all and look at children, we all know in our heart that it is developmentally inappropriate for our school babies to be in masks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Birnbaum.
Welcome.
Let me speak to you today. I'm going to change the subject. I'm going to move a little north of here to a town we know as Tarpon Springs. And the reason I'm here today is to advocate for the preservation of the West Klosterman property. I don't know if any of you have had an opportunity to visit that beautiful place, but it is special. And it's also exceedingly rare in Pinellas County. You know, as we've mentioned before, We are one of the most densely populated counties in the state of Florida. So even the smallest untouched wild place is a treasure. And the school board has in its hands a treasure. And it's not just a treasure for the few people who like to bird watch or look for special plants. It's a treasure for our students and young people. I have worked as a school guide and an arboretum. And I think the most important experience I had doing that was working with students, young people who have not experienced wild places before. And believe it or not, I had wonderful young people who were afraid to be in the woods. They had never experienced that kind of place. So I'm asking you to consider strongly if you could preserve it as an outdoor classroom. I think our young people, as you saw in that wonderful video about Brooker Creek, their eyes light up. They become excited. They get to experience the joy of watching a bird soar. At West Klosterman, you can watch the eagles soar. You can see the osprey feeding their young in the nest. You can watch the slow movement of a tortoise as he goes about his business. And in the spring, you can smell the beautiful fragrance of wild lupins. And I think this is the kind of experience we should want to share with all of our young people today. And teach them not only to not be afraid of wild places, but to embrace it and find those small moments of quiet within themselves. And in this day and age that we're stressing STEM education to our young people, what better place to involve them in the learning experience, observing the progress even of the smallest insect and learning something new. I mean, how many of us go out and look at birds or our local wildlife and learn something new about their behavior every day? I also feel that if we start with our young folks, we can turn them into lifelong learners, where they will continue to find the beauty, the joy, and their own personal path to knowledge in these beautiful wild places. So to finish up, if you could preserve it as an outdoor classroom, that would be fabulous. If you don't choose to do that, please make it possible for us to purchase that at a very reasonable price so we can preserve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tammy King. Tammy King. Nico Conkle.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nico Conkle. I'm a father of two, and I'm not a doctor, but I do have my degree in biology. And I'll start with a quote by Thucydides, who said, "A society that separates its scholars from its warriors will have its thinking done by cowards and its fighting by fools." So I think what we are all here today is we're asking you to be warriors and to fight for our children. And since we're at a school board meeting, I would like to discuss what we are teaching our kids. And I hope that we're not going to teach our kids that it's okay to be in an administrative position and be scientifically illiterate and ignorant. First off, the data. According to the CDC, or first off, people over 65 have already had the chance to be vaccinated. So, let's look at the population under that and the fatality rates. Under 60 years old, the case fatality rate is 0.006. So if you're a woman and you're 64, you have a greater chance of just dying of anything within the next year. If you're a man, you have over double the chance of just dying of anything within that year, according to the Social Security Actuary Life Table. Now, teachers under that age, 64 and under, they have, sorry, forgive me, I'm nervous, but people under 40 years old, according to the CDC, the case fatality rate is 0.0005. And as we know, the virus is not harmful to children and has a case fatality rate of those under 18 of 0.00002, according to the CDC. All of these are right on the website. We are teaching our children to be afraid of other children and seeing their naked faces. Now, I want to teach you guys something, and please cooperate with me as we've cooperated with you over the past year wearing the mask. I was going to ask you guys, like a few of you, to take off your mask, but I guess maybe forget about it. But make the best. Try your best to make these complex facial expressions. Acceptance or agreeableness. Rejection. Kindness. Shame.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker, please.
You are literally blocking our children's ability to express themselves.
Yeah. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We communicate with these complex, minuscule muscles and social cues.
Okay.
Mr.
Sir,
Conkle, your time is up.
your time is up. You need to stop speaking now. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking.
The clock has struck the 11th hour.
Thank you.
The time has come. The hour has struck. The moment has arrived.
It is time for you to stop speaking. Please leave.
To make the decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Kay. Is Peter Kay present? Our next speaker is Ruth Carnero.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Again, I'm going to kind of echo something that somebody already said. Well, actually, you're all really blurry because if I put my glasses on, the fog and all that. So, because this is the only place I wear this. I don't want to touch this because this is toxins and chemicals, Clorox, Lysol. It's not proven effective unless you scrub it for I think it's 4 minutes. You continually do that. I don't know if you know that, but it says it on the back. You can read it. I'm here as a mother. This is my first time speaking. I watched the last meeting, though, the whole thing, all the public comment. My son goes to a private, health-focused Christian school. It's spiritually, intentionally health-focused, mentally, physically, academically. He is thriving. As some other kids that go there, they're all thriving. I wish I could say the same for these kids that are in public schools, and that's also why I'm here, to speak on behalf of those that I actually don't really come into contact with too often, except for at Target. And I'm like, take it off. You can take it off. There's no mask mandate in Pasco County. Some people do. They're like, this is freeing. This is freeing. It is freeing. When people realize they don't have to live in fear, they don't have to be conditioned to think a certain way, they can be a free thinker, they can use their common sense and critical thinking. All around, there's a fundamental lacking of what health really is, where it starts, in the gut, in our bodies, as I'm echoing again comments of other people. I don't really understand how many times the comments need echoed for there to be a change. When it starts at the government levels, it starts, White House presidents, state governors on down. They make these decisions that affect everybody. But then unfortunately, it starts back at the bones, back at the parents, the communities, the people that are, funding your schools. I'm a taxpayer. Actually not here. I own a house in Pennsylvania, so I'm paying Pennsylvania taxes, which are a lot higher. But anyways, there are all these people that are going to be the backbone of bringing this
back, getting health back, starting and saying, no, you can take off the mask. It's okay, like they've said, you know, my kids play in school, thankfully no masks at the school, but then they play after school with the same kids with no masks. In a community that there is nobody wearing masks in the school, the teachers, because it's a private Christian school, parents, family members, friends, no one has gotten COVID. Everybody's been healthy because we understand where health comes from. Rest, sleep, not video games, healthy food, activity, breathing oxygen. When will the change be?
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Isaiah Nile.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of parents who can't be here, who can't take time off work. I'm also here as a volunteer for Florida Freedom Keepers. We're a statewide chapter of Freedom Keepers United, which is a grassroots organization of concerned parents who are fighting for medical freedom, health choice, and bodily autonomy. I'm also here on behalf of teachers who are feeling the same way and echo the same sentiments, but they're afraid to speak out in retaliation for fear of retaliation of their jobs or their performance. I'm here on behalf of kids who can't speak for themselves, who are maybe entering kindergarten, and this is all they know of what school is like, that they have to wear masks and their teachers and instructors have to wear masks. I'm also here on behalf of my children, fighting for their future and for the preservation of their freedoms, and for them to experience a school and a life that I had when I was a kid and that you all had when you were children. So on behalf of those groups, I'm here to say unmask our children. Unmuzzle our children. It's time. Empower the best parts of Pinellas County Schools, which is our teachers, our parents, and the students, to make the best choice. We don't want robots. We don't want to develop and graduate kids who can't think. We are all able to make choices for ourselves without fear of bullying, without fear of retaliation, without fear of receiving an unequal education. I talked last time about looking at the goal of student success holistically, which is the mission of the school board here. Not just measuring it academically and physically, but also emotionally, mentally, and physically. Through the year, I get alerts from my son's school about when confirmed cases come in of COVID. When can we start receiving alerts that a new student has tested positive for depression? A new alert for a new student who just attempted suicide that we just heard a mom talk about. When can we get an alert saying that a new student has tested positive for falling back into their eating disorder or anxiety or substance abuse, that again, the cure is worse than the disease. Matthew 18:1 says, "At the time the disciples came to Jesus and said, 'Who then is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven?' He called a little child to him and placed the child among them. And he said, 'Truly I tell you, unless you change and become like little children, you'll never enter the kingdom of heaven. If anyone causes one of these little ones, those who believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. Woe to the world because of the things that cause people to stumble. Such things must come, but woe to the person through whom they come.'" You guys are the gatekeepers for the health of our children. You have a big responsibility in the mandates and the policies that you enact. And one day we're all going to stand before our Creator. We're going to have to give account.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kirk Carey. Is Kirk Carey present? Justin Jones. No. Barbara Wally.
Okay, there's some question about your name. Would you state your name before you start?
Barbara
And
Willingham.
And welcome.
Good morning. I'm here for other patriot citizens and the future of our country. These mandates make no sense to me. I hear so many controversial stories. Just this morning, speaking to a parent, her 12th grader says her school cannot have a prom, but they can go to Busch Gardens as a school trip all together on a school bus for 1 hour, all crammed together. They can't mingle outside on an outside field to celebrate their other graduating classmates. There's just no logic. There's no logic. What are we teaching our children? I just feel like the Pinellas County School Board is being run either by financial motivation or fear, which is false evidence appearing real. I understand as a district we have a responsibility to our children. We realize this is an unprecedented situation with the pandemic of COVID-19. But it seems that the school board is hijacking the pandemic to strong-arm our children with mask mandates. They do not need to wear masks all day long, 6 to 7 hours straight. If anything, there's got to be an alternative solutions. They can wear their mask when they're in a crowded situation, but not when they're sitting and learning. These effects down the road and now are and will be devastating to our future. My request, along with my fellow citizens here today, say unmask our children. This is being taken way too far. Let's use some common sense, some science, and not be motivated by fear. The false appearance appearing real. Let our children breathe. Thank you.
Thank you. I mentioned it earlier, and you may have been in here, but it's against our protocols to be applauding or booing when there are speakers. So if you could maintain that decorum, we would appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Karen Harvey.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'll applaud myself. Thank you, school board, community, parents, and families for allowing me to speak here today. I have a question. Did anyone here see the viral video of the little black squiggly things crawling around inside our masks? Ew, right? I mean, if you haven't seen it, you got to Google it, because these masks are nasty, and they're only supposed to be worn for 20 minutes, and then you toss them. So why is everybody going around with masks that they wore yesterday, the day before yesterday, and back into March of 2020? Just asking. Okay, so let me ask you another question. What's the first thing you do when you enter a bathroom stall? You pull down your mask and you take a big gulp of air that you've been deprived of all day long. I do it. Y'all do it. The kids do it. Everyone does it. So let's go deeper. You enter the bathroom stall, pull down your mask, do your business, LOL. Now what? You grab some toilet paper and you wipey-dipey, correct? In the process of wiping, you have just contaminated your hand with microscopic bacteria called E. coli, which can make you extremely sick. Then you grab your cell phone because you know you took a sneak peek at that while you were in the bathroom stall. And then it's contaminated, along with your purse, your keys, etc. Okay, now you readjust your face mask with your contaminated hand, and you just place that hand over bacteria's favorite portals of entry into the body, the nose and the mouth. The point is this: we are all at risk for contamination from various viruses and bacterial sources throughout our day. That's why we have an immune system. Hello? The immune system protects us from these viruses. We're healthy.
Thank you.
Please unmask our children. This is just insane.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sam Brandel.
Welcome.
I'm here today to speak on the mask mandate currently placed on our children and restore the choice back to parents. More importantly, I am here as a mother to set the example for my children that if something doesn't seem right, say something. I reject the belief that wearing masks as part of daily life, specifically in a school environment, that we as a nation and as individuals will be better off for it, that wearing a mask makes us more virtuous or neighborly. At the last roundtable Governor DeSantis held, several doctors simply stated that children do not need to be masked. The psychological damage of mask wearing far outweighs the suppression of a virus with a 99.98% survival rate. Children learn empathy, compassion, and love from facial expression. Masks aid in the development of sociopaths. This council may be operating on the CDC's guidelines, which is a feat since they change frequently and rarely with any scientific backing for same. Texas rescinded their mask mandate, and numbers decreased. When they asked Fauci scientifically why, he responded, "I'm not really quite sure." I understand some of you may be on the fence, apathetic or operating out of fear or simply conforming to what the new social norm is. I urge you to consider viewing these mandates as a form of control. I ask you to identify within yourself, what is too much? Where is the line? What am I willing to lose? Last week was Holocaust Remembrance Week. As a woman of Jewish descent, I found myself digging deep into why there is such a profound heaviness this year in comparison to years past. I realized it is because we, as a society, are operating out of fear, allowing it to blindly control us and persuade us to reject common sense arguments. History has taught us that devastation soon follows this sequence. I have found myself awake at night, unable to sleep, questioning myself. Who would I have been in Nazi Germany? Without hesitation, I would have ripped the stars off my daughter and son's arms, spit in the face at anyone that called their bodies disgusting and riddled with disease. I would have used the superhuman strength that comes in moments of crisis to stop that train from taking my children to that camp. I would have stood up for our freedom at the first instance I saw it slipping away. The Germans knew they were operating out of fear and control, not thinking rationally. It snowballed. As time passes and the intensity fades, history can and often does repeat itself. Will these masks be the new star? Will we be tattooed based on COVID mandates and subsequent obedience? I ask you, Council, what type of person would you have been in Nazi Germany? I am almost certain every single one of you will have the same answer as me, Jewish or not. You aren't bad people, but I feel you are operating out of fear and are falling victim to the control. I understand it's easier to fall in line with what is status quo than it is to step out of line. Stay in the black and white. John Ronson said that a gray area is a world that doesn't like gray areas, but the gray areas are where you find the complexity. It's where you find the humanity, and it's where you find the truth. I implore you to explore the gray area here. Stop the snowball, stand up, restore the choice back to us, operate on strength and bravery instead of fear and control. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Holly Lynn Clampett.
Having me here. I'm Holly Lynn Clampett. I am a Pinellas County resident, and my daughter goes to Holy Family Catholic School. And at first they had to wear glass shields, which was great for facial recognition because that's really important at that age in VPK. Now, one person in fourth grade, a parent had COVID, and now they have to wear masks all day. I actually saw the older kids having to wear it outside. I really pray that they were just going to wear it during their huddle and that they could take it off when they were running. Which leads me into how oxygen helps our immune system, and you cannot breathe in and out through your mask properly. Anxiety is ridden and fear, which also causes your immune system to be suppressed because of cortisol levels. This is all facts, not just something I'm making up. Love is the most universal, powerful force, but now we have the opposite, the opposition. We have lack of love and more fear. Trust, love, and empathy and truth is how I want my child to live, and compassion, but it's not happening. This is all because of 1% government, which I'm not going to get into because most of you aren't there yet, maybe you are. This is about conquer and divide, not about uniting. This is much more than about a virus. And it goes back to what she was saying. It's about control, and it has been for millennia. There are remedies for this. Zinc, vitamin D, vitamin C, and our famous Dr. Fauci did actually support hydrochloroquine. That's also one. Otto Warburg said that we can stay in an alkaline environment, you will not be able to get any diseases or anything like that, including coronavirus. Now, I'm not here to tell people how to eat, how to drink, or whatever, but it's up to us as sovereign beings to do that. If people want to wear masks, that's fine, but we need to have that choice. Just like people have a choice to go to McDonald's or not, or become a vegan. I was subjected to the matrix that we're in too, but I made a choice and I'm out of it. Heart disease is still, I just looked it up, #1 cause because of how we eat. Cancer, because of how we eat. Can't control everybody. We can't control. We can only be loving and influence and pray for the people who are not making the right choices. But mask wearing is not one of them and has not been proven, and I'm not going to restate that because people have already won over that. So we have heart disease at 659,041. I see that COVID was 562,000. I really don't like that number. I think they're labeling, like some doctors have said, been forced to label coronavirus even without being tested, especially with people that die. You know, if they had the flu, if they had cancer, they still had COVID, because just why not? To further the agenda. But anyways, T cells, immune system, yeah, kids have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bianca Garcia.
Good afternoon.
Hi. So as a Christian, the masks completely go against what we believe. It says in the Bible, Isaiah 43, verse 5, "Do not be afraid, for I am with you," the Lord says. But in order to be a student, now you have to live in fear. You have to live in fear of others, in fear of breathing, in fear of your friends, in fear of your teachers, or in fear of you're going to give this virus to someone else. They're instilling fear and terror and trauma into the hearts of children. In terms of long-term psychological damage has been proven. In my son, he's very sad whenever he has to go to the store. He doesn't like to wear the mask because he gets a panic attack. He's only 5. He's going to go into kindergarten next year, and I'm terrified for him because I know how he is, and so I'm here. That's why. So children are complaining of having claustrophobia, feeling trapped, and having anxiety. And as for children with visual learning disabilities, the way they communicate is through being able to see and the facial expressions, or sometimes they can't even talk, but they want to say something, but through their facial expressions, the teachers are not able to see them, like have sadness or how their face whole appears. You can only see their eyes. And that's being taken away from them, their emotions, they're not able to communicate that. I feel that it's a form of oppression for us, for our children, not being able to visually communicate. And communication, visualizing them and seeing children, invoke children. I'm sorry, I'm so nervous. Okay, so in Leviticus, it says they shall not oppress one another. So I'm here because I feel like it's a form of oppression, not being able to express yourself through this mask and being able to be heard as for the kids. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ellen Olszewski.
Okay, welcome.
My name is Erin Olszewski. This is going to be the third time that I've spoken to you. The very first time was the very beginning of the school year when I brought in one of the 5 masks that were handed out to each of the children on their first day of school. You purchased these from Mexico using thousands of our taxpayer dollars, and on them read, does not protect against coronavirus, not for medical use. Did you really have the children's best interests in mind when making this purchase? The school board and administration didn't seem to care when I passed that mask around, and after watching you closely over this last school year, it seems to be quite the norm for everyone here to bypass actual statistics and facts. That being said, I'm here today as a mother of 3 beautiful little boys. I'm here today as an Army combat veteran, having served in Iraq, defending our freedom and liberties. And I'm here today as an active Florida registered nurse. It has been absolutely disheartening watching you treat mothers, fathers, their children, and even your own colleague, Lisa Kane, who has begged and pleaded for you to just listen. I have watched you dismiss them and point to the medical professionals as if they have no idea what they're talking about. Well, I'm a medical professional, and I would ask that you don't dismiss me just because I don't fit the narrative of you're so eagerly protecting. I worked in the COVID ICU in New York as a travel nurse during the height of this pandemic. Do you know why there were so many deaths in New York? It's because those patients were being murdered to inflate the death count. COVID didn't kill the majority of these people. The weak-minded order followers did. This is the biggest scandal America has ever witnessed. They targeted minorities, black and brown people, the low-income populations, the people that they saw as disposable, the voiceless. Guess who else is voiceless? Our children. We are all here today to give these children a voice because order followers like most of you do not have their best interests in mind. The school board and administration are writing this mask mandate for our children under the guise of a state emergency, despite our great governor, Ron DeSantis, not having a statewide mask mandate in place. The statistics don't lie. Children are not susceptible to COVID. Asymptomatic transmission has been retracted, and cases don't mean death count. This is science. The perfect storm was created in the hospitals by removing liability, removing family members, advocates, incentivizing treatments, and placing gag orders on all of us nurses and doctors. The same thing that you guys are doing in the schools. There's no liability from harm caused by these masks. You are raking in emergency funds by continuing this scandal, and if any staff speak up, they're fired. Where is that accountability? You are robbing our children of their childhoods, and you are robbing every parent of their children. I have witnessed these children's demeanor deteriorate over this school year. They are scared, they are lonely, they are suffocating, they want to breathe. It is no child's responsibility to keep any of you warm. Are you going to determine what they wear, what they eat, how they exercise next? This is a very slippery, liability-free slope, and it's all at the children's expense. The same ones that you are all elected to protect. Time to stop the war.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cosima Grundy.
If you want to come over here, it doesn't matter.
Thank you. I am awed and humbled by the depth of feeling displayed by so many speakers throughout this morning and now into this afternoon. You've all heard the statistics and you've heard their own personal stories. I'd like to tell you mine. I'm new to Florida. I just moved here 3 months ago. I now own a home and I'm a taxpayer, and my child is at Palm Harbor University. My sister and her family as well moved, and in many ways we left California for freedom and we came here. We came here because we saw what was happening to our children back in California. We saw how we were losing our children. They were emotional, they were upset, in tears, they lost their friends, they were behind a screen all day long, they couldn't do sports. You can't go outside. We came here again for freedom. Our kids are doing better, and Florida is much better than California, and we're very happy to be here. But there's so much more that you guys can be doing. I'm here also to speak for all those people that can't be here today. My sister's a teacher here in Pinellas County. All of our friends, our teachers, they're out there, they're working with the children, and they're all not wearing a mask. They're at schools where kids can be kids. You can see their face. We're not here, we're their parents. We're the ones that are supposed to be, we're the adults. We're supposed to be protecting the children, and we're absolutely failing them. Last week, my son at PHU had to take whatever the state test was for last week. They put 50 kids into a room with a cardboard box and a mask. They sat there for 4 hours. 4 hours. 2 of them, the computer wasn't working. Okay, the other 2, finally, they could do their work. They have a teacher behind them, do not lower your mask, do not lower your mask the whole entire time. My son, who's never worn a mask except the tiny bit in school here and there when he absolutely is yelled at, came home, was sick to his stomach, totally lightheaded. He will never, ever, ever will I put him into a situation like that. And you all are actually doing that to these children every single day. My kid isn't happier when it comes to social because he can't meet anyone. He is locked behind a muzzle. My niece, both of my nieces, they have to sit this far away, 6 feet away in plastic, just like you all are doing. They can't meet anybody. Nobody knows us. So how can they meet friends? So we're joining, whatever groups we can join outside of school. These kids get together, they're playing sports, but it is so, so difficult. And you guys have the power to change it, to stand up for these children and do what's right. I am begging you guys to finally unmask the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we have our next speaker, I'm going to ask, do you need to take a 5-minute break at this point? Everybody's okay? All right. I am going to, and I also stated I needed to leave, so I am going to turn the meeting now over to the vice chairman, who will pick up from here and hear the rest of the speakers. I will listen to it. They are recorded, and I will listen to the remainder of the speakers when I have an opportunity. So thank you very much. Okay, you good? Yeah. Okay. The microphone is on.
Our next speaker is Marley.
Welcome.
Hello. I may only be in 5th grade, but I've noticed many problems about masks. The one main thing is that during read aloud time, we can barely hear the teacher much at all because of the masks, and it just can get really difficult to try and follow along, and often I lose track on where we are on the book. Another thing is that even during certain times of the day where it would seem like we need to have our mask off, like music, we still can't, which makes the sound very muffled and usually hard to hear. And another thing is that we can't do really any sports at PE. The only one we can do is soccer, and I know most of the kids in my class don't really enjoy it, and it's just annoying because we can't do any sport that involves us using our hands. So at PE we're all tied to soccer, and during music and art, it can get pretty hard to try and communicate at all. Because during art, it is usually silent, but we do get time to talk, but it's not much and we can't hear each other. Thank you for letting me talk here today.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lily. No? Our next speaker is Sweet.
Before my time starts, can I ask, are these members, is everybody members of the board, or is it just the ladies in the middle? It's just the ladies in the middle?
No, the 7 of us.
Okay, because the last time I spoke, I had a video of not paying attention, and Miss Cook, after I was done speaking, made it a point to say everybody was paying attention when everybody wasn't. And I thought that that was kind of rude after I was done, because I took video of the superintendent answering and writing and doing other things while Deborah was talking. I just wasn't sure, because I thought that that was part of the board.
If you have comments, you can make them now. We're going to start the time. Thank you.
I don't agree with Chief Williams here, that we should put more armed Pinellas County School Board police in there. You say that it's going to make the campus more safe, but I have an issue with somebody who thinks it's okay to take extreme violence against a non-violent action. Somebody took off their mask before they were leaving, and that constituted violent action, where an officer lied and said that he was hit, and then it was removed. And everybody's okay with that. We've got Bill Dudley that thinks that he's a great leader and he should keep up the good work of investigating and finding no wrongdoings with a violent action being taken against a mother and daughter for a non-violent violation. It was not a law that was being violated, but yet violent action was allowed to be taken. And not just that, I had a lady be rude with me in the room, and when I tried to speak up for myself, she called for an officer. I'm shaking right now because she wanted me arrested for sticking up for myself. Somebody who is rude. That's Sheila Kane, who I will be filing 2 complaints against, because this is the second time that she's been rude, but she's allowed to call an officer and threaten me that I'm going to get arrested here. But not just that, I also want to talk about the fact that my son was paraded around school for 2 days as being a smart Hispanic. We want to talk about removing all these racial injustices, but yet he couldn't be honored at his school for just being a smart student. I don't know if this award is given out every single year or if everybody just runs around. We got to try and find a Hispanic to give this to. But for 2 days, he was touted around school, had to go up on the TV, had to be pulled around because he couldn't just be a smart student, he had to be a smart Hispanic. And I would also like to know the answer to that question. Is this thing given out every year, or is it just when you're lucky enough, I guess, to have a nice smart brownie in your school that you can give somebody this award to and tout them around as being a smart Hispanic, because that's what defines them? You want to talk about removing racial injustices, but yes, you perpetuate them in your school. Do you also have a smart African American, a smart Asian, a smart Caucasian? Or is it just that you want to try and single out that maybe, oh, look, a Mexican can be smart, let's make an award for it? But all that did was see that you're trying to make an example or trying to put people up on a pedestal or make people seem different when all we want is for everybody to be treated exactly the same. I could come over here and talk about the mask mandates, but you guys already all know about that. But more than that, I would like to put each and every one of you on a treadmill outside with a mask on for 6 hours. Let's see how much you like it. But I drove by Skyview Elementary. They had masks on during PE. Thank goodness my kid's school doesn't. When I called their principal, they said close sports have to have them, but faraway sports don't. I said, what's a faraway sport, ma'am? She said, I don't know. So now in summer, that's what's happening in some schools, and that's what you're allowing to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susanna Steele.
Hi, my name is Susanna Stille, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my friends, family, and the general public. Masks were originally mandated for preventing hospitals from getting overwhelmed. Now what's the reason? I can answer that for you. You want control. You're not leaders, you're representatives. You represent us. You represent the schools. You were originally elected for these positions because we trusted you to be our representatives. We are winning. We are taking control. Soon enough, you will lose this fight. I understand that those of you who are at risk are afraid, but that's no reason to inflict this pain on us, on me. I made a group of a bunch of kids who agree with us. They spread the word that we don't have to be afraid, and we walk through buildings together with no mask. I am harassed a lot in sports, but I will not give in. And you know what? Masks do work as a manipulation tool, as a control tactic, as a dehumanization strategy, as a division scheme, and as an illusion of safety. Masks do not work. It is not scientifically proven that masks trap particles or whatever you said to fill people's brains with propaganda. You're not technically lying, but you're bending the truth. It's true enough that surgical masks block some of the larger particles that you exhale, but that cloth masks do nothing other than hide your face and hinder your learning. At my sister's school, the teachers are making other kids into mask police. They patrol the classroom, making sure that everybody is wearing their mask over their nose. This hurts their learning. Now, you haven't actually been to the schools, have you? Because if you did, you would know how much you're hurting us. You are tearing us apart. Here's an example. One lone ant cannot build an anthill without its companions, and when it tries to, all hope crumbles. But when the whole colony works together, they thrive. It's the same for us. United we stand, divided we fall. The mask mandate has no purpose now. You have no real evidence to back it up. We are winning. Soon you will become powerless. If we don't comply and if we fight back, you lose. Now you're just sitting over there being lectured by a 5th grader about being afraid. Some adults you turned out to be. We will win. Remember, united we stand, divided we fall. Unmask the children!
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Steele.
Hello, I'm Michelle Stilley, mother of 6 children in preschool through high school, Bachelor of Science Mechanical Engineering, Florida Certified Teacher Mathematics grades 6 to 12, Science grades 5 to 9, Exceptional Student Education K-12, Educational Consultant, Representative of Parent Advocates for Student Health Freedom, Taxpayer. First, I would like to relay a message from my younger daughter. She's in 2nd grade. She wanted me to tell all the other speakers that are here today, thank you for speaking up for her, since she's not here today. When I began speaking to the board last May, I spoke from a place of scientific method and data. None of that matters anymore. Today, I'm here to talk about freedom. A civilized society must be built on a foundation of freedom. Your beliefs are different from my beliefs and the beliefs of so many others. You must learn to coexist and accept diversity of thought. My children, our children, will not return to school in masks next August. My children, our children, have a legal responsibility and a legal right to attend school. Your mask policy cannot steal that from my children, our children. Your belief in masks as savior is not my belief. You must develop the emotional intelligence to coexist in this world without coercing my children, our children, into your masks as savior narrative. DeSantis and Corcoran have pulled the rug out from under you. You will no longer be allowed to force children out of school and onto my PCS come August. My children, our children, will attend school in person without masks. Unmasked children matter because all children matter. It is absolutely a violation of personal space and personal freedom for you to try to force mask my children, our children, as a condition of receiving their education. Shame on you. All children deserve equality in education. No child should be relegated to sit at home in front of a computer because you want them to. And next August, DeSantis will no longer allow you to force my children, our children, out of their schools that I pay for, that we pay for. Why is freedom so important? Why is freedom the foundation of our country? Why does freedom even matter? Why shouldn't we accept your beliefs as our own? After all, you think you are right. Shouldn't we bow to you? Someday you will find yourself on the other side of this, because the tide always turns. All you will want is your freedom to participate in society normally, and you will need to remember that you were a part of the destruction of the foundation of our free country. And then no one will stand up for you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maria Solanki.
Hi, I just want to thank the entire board for mandating masks, and I hope you continue to mandate the masks for everyone. To all the parents and students sitting here, masks are our blessing. Take this as a sign to get your child out of traditional public school right now. If you think just wearing this mask is going to fix all these rules that these tyrants are putting in because of their egos, you're wrong. Let's look into let's look into charter schools, which are 100% public, tuition-free schools. Luckily, we have a governor that is so pro-school choice. We'll only have him for a couple years because then he's going to become president. But as you look into all the choices he's given us, the Step Up grant to go to private schools, Gardner, FES, AAA, use those. Don't think private education is out of reach. You can definitely use these funds to cover full tuition. There's a lot of private schools that will even work with you, giving you additional scholarships. But take it. This needs to happen because we can't just think it's our mask. I mean, our kids are there 6 hours a day being indoctrinated. And look, if they're trying to control us psychologically right now with these masks, there's so much more going into that classroom. And it's pretty hysterical that the only person that came up not wanting masks worked for the teachers union. So, you know, this radical left movement is encroaching, and the only way for us to really take control is to drain the traditional public schools of students. I hear all these families crying. I mean, it's terrible what they're going through. You have a choice, and by keeping your kids in traditional public school, you're giving them the power. Take them out right now. I mean, I know schools from North County to South County that you will get all your tuition paid for. Charter schools, take it up with the charter school board because charter schools have their own board. So they have the right to their own security plan. Don't come to this board. Get out of traditional public schools because they're indoctrinating our students with so many things. So this is really, every time there's something negative that happens in my life, I always look, what is the benefit? What is the blessing? And this really is a blessing. I mean, it's great everyone came out here, but we really need to be looking at all of our other options. Unfortunately, the egos have taken over people that are making decisions here. You know, we can pray for them and hope things change, but if they really cared about health, they're obviously not going to be having these masks on little kids. If they cared about health, they'd have better nutrition in the schools, not just giving them tater tots as a vegetable or dousing them in milk that we know is unhealthy. So, you know, really look at your options that are out there. And this needs to happen across the U.S. This is not just...
Thank you. Our next speaker is Denise Gleis.
My name is Denise Gleis. Do you hear us? Do you hear us? I'm here to address each of you. I want to know, why are you choosing to endanger our innocent children? As a mother and a taxpayer, I am appalled at the lack of response and inaction of the school board to address or recognize the concerns of our county and our community. Children are not driving this endemic. We know science and studies indicate that school-age children do not readily spread COVID-19 among themselves or adults. This is not hypothetical. This is data. It is proven. According to the CDC, seasonal influenza is a much greater risk to children than COVID-19. There have been no COVID-19 deaths to children. However, there has been a 1.7% mortality rate in school children due to seasonal influenza during 2018-2019 in the US. But have we forced masking during flu season? No. So why? Why do you choose to ignore the science and make an innocent population unlikely to catch or spread COVID
a generation that deserves a healthy childhood and a normal education. What are you doing to our children, their future, and what risk to their physical, social, and emotional development? Fact, do you know how masks of various types far exceed safe levels of carbon dioxide after only a few use? These high levels are associated with headaches, sleeplessness, increased heart rate, loss of attention, and nausea. Fact, did you know suicide rates are at skyrocketing high among children 12 to 17 years of age? Heart-wrenching, isn't it? Did you also know children as young as 5 years old are experiencing anxiety because they are fearful of germs? Germs! Fear that you create by imposing mask wearing. You are clearly destroying our children and their future, their mental health. You are being cruel. There are children in many countries, in many counties, in states around the world, in schools without masks.
Thank you. Thank you. Your 3 minutes
Thank you very
is up.
much.
Please unmask our children.
Thank you.
Now.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tori Davis.
Hi, my name is Tori Davis. I'm 10 years old. I've lived in Pinellas County for my whole life with my family. My mom's doctor said she couldn't wear a mask because health conditions, so she gets dirty looks. I choose not to wear masks because even though I'm only 10, I've researched enough to know they are really bad for your immune system and causes breathing problems. Being able to see people's faces matters. Children are messing with their masks they wear, which is not healthy. Districts across the country are no longer requiring masks. It's hard to learn when worrying about the masks on your face. The World Health Organization states that masks do not need to be worn by children under 12. For children the WHO advises that for children over 12, the WHO advises that they are like adults. I quote, in particular, when they cannot guarantee at least 1 meter distance from others and there is widespread transmission in the area, end quote. So there are 2 things that need to happen according to the WHO. There needs to be widespread transmission in the area. If you go to the COVID-19 Pinellas dashboard, you will find that deaths are down dramatically with COVID. They are reporting death according to Dr. Bricks. If you die with COVID, not necessarily from COVID, you are reported in these numbers. Last week, there was 1 death reported to the 2 prior week. There were 3 reported each week. When you made this requirement, there was 30 deaths. Last week, in the entire county, only 55 new cases were identified. When you put this in effect, there were 101. This cannot be labeled as a widespread transmission. The other requirement of the WHO is staying 3 feet 3 inches apart. It's possible to allow children to be in school, be 3 feet 3 inches apart, and still be safe. There is a way to do this without requiring kids to wear masks. There are lawsuits in Florida because people are realizing the situation has changed from when you made these rules. So I am asking you to stop putting kids at risk because the situation has changed since you made this rule. Thank you for listening to me and considering what I have said.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cynthia Smith.
from last time and my daughter, Alicia Smith. I'm here first for the Mask the Children. Unmask them, please. Now, she had spoke up last time and said that her body, her choice. I agree. I agree that us as parents have that choice to make. All the kids at her school that she has talked to since the incident has happened have asked her to please speak up for us. Please speak up to have these masks off. Please speak up for the bullies that are attacking us. As it was said earlier by one of the other speakers, we still haven't been able to identify the attacker that attacked Alicia at school on March 11th. Why? Because they were wearing a mask. Nobody can tell who this is. She has looked in the lunchroom. She thought she's seen him, but by the time she reports it, nobody can find him. I've also written several emails. I put in a request to for the OPS to investigate the way that the situation was handled. I have found that the emails are dismissive, and the information that I have given is reported back incorrectly. We need to change how the administration is handling this. Yes, are the students being held responsible? Yes, but I want to make it known that nothing was done when Alicia reported the first incident on March 8th. The only reason it was taken care of was because my husband and I went down to the school and filed charges on March 9th. And that was the first incident. That was where the girls locked my daughter in the bathroom and threatened her. I want change for the way administration talks to kids. I want change for the way bullies are taken care of, because I was just on the phone with Miss Rubens this morning because my daughter's still being harassed and bullied by a child at her school. And this is the same child that started in January. There's a no contact order and he's still harassing her. And my daughter was told to move and use a different lunch line. Why? She's not the one doing it. She's not the one causing an issue. This child is causing an issue with her. And she's being made to go to a different lunch line. We need to get these policies changed. It's not fair for the victims of harassment and bullying. What are you guys going to do about this? I mean, this is my second time here, multiple emails. I've gotten dismissive emails. Oh, why not give the policies to your teachers so they're aware of it? Nobody can give me answers.
Our next speaker is Kristen Taylor.
Hi there. My name is My name is Kristen. Can you hear me? Huh? And I have 3 kids in Pinellas County Schools. First of all, I brought a box of masks for you, and I'm going to read what it says. It says, when properly worn, it reduces potential contact by the wearer to fluids, but does not eliminate the risk of contracting any virus, disease, or infection. So it says right here on this box, it doesn't work. This is what we are basing our policies on for keeping our kids, our teachers, and our people safe at school. Something that says on the box doesn't work. And all of my friends and colleagues who've spoken before, they've gone through all the science, and there's all that. But what I'm going to talk about is that so many people just can't understand what the big deal is. They say, it's just a mask. Well, let me try to explain to you what it means to a Christian. To many Christians, and let me also say that there's differences in how we all feel. This is not judgment if you feel different than me, but I'm just trying to explain to you how many people feel about this. Masks are a shameful veil. We feel depressed and shame when we wear them They're a device that the Muslim religion uses for women to cover their faces with veils as a sign of submission. The occult wears masks when they do satanic practices. They cover their faces. 2 Corinthians 3:16 says, "But whenever someone turns to the Lord, the veil is taken away." To Christians, this is like a filthy veil. Ephesians 4:23-24 says, "Instead, let the Spirit renew your thoughts and attitudes. Put on a new nature, created to be like God, truly righteous and holy." The Bible says that we are to be the light of the world, and we are to let our light shine for all to see. Isaiah 60:1-3 says, "Arise, let your light shine for all to see, for the glory of the Lord is to shine upon you." We teach our kids a song in Vacation Bible School called "This Little Light of Mine, I'm Gonna Let It Shine." But yet, we're being asked in school to stick these disgusting, germ, nasty things covering up our light and our radiance that we have when we have the Holy Spirit living in us. It's being muzzled and masked, and it's not fair and it's wrong. These filthy, disgusting face diapers
Thank you.
are bordering on religious discrimination.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deborah Williams.
I just also want to point out, this is super silly that you have this guy, you're taking his time to wipe this down every time. You know, you go to the grocery store and you touch the same items all over the shelves that countless other folks have touched over and over, but this is somehow carrying on this whole charade, just like these masks. This is a theater. That's why there's no consistency across the school district. That's why there's no consistency across your entire building. You see some people in offices wearing them, some not, some down here, some not. I mean, this has become a joke. And you, every single one of you, you're taking part in it. You're enabling it. You're enabling the joke, the theater, the charade. I mean, I'm trying to be kind here, but it's really hard because I keep having to come back. And you've noticed, you know, we keep coming in larger numbers every single time. When is this going to end? It's time. We will keep coming back. We will not stop. I hope you know that. Because what you're doing is wrong. And we as Christians, we know to speak up and stand up when things are wrong. So we will not stop coming here and telling you that what you're doing is wrong. Now, you can fix this. There is a solution. It's very easy. It's called choice. It's called freedom. You're robbing children and parents and teachers in this district of their sovereignty, of their basic human right to decide what works for them and their own health and medical decisions. As a health professional, I can tell you right now, this is not helping anyone stay healthy. Not any one of you, not any of the children in the district. It's internal health that matters. It is the immune system. Now, what you have done, just like many other doctors have said, you've put a false security blanket on these kids' faces, on the teachers' faces. And you actually are to blame for the irrational fear that is being experienced by so many of your teachers, who I feel terrible for, because they think somehow that us parents that are speaking up are against them, but we're for them. We want them healed, we want them healthy, we want them well, but they are not mentally well right now. They're sick because they're sick with fear. And you, every single one of you, it's your fault because you can fix it. You can say, okay, done, choice. Just like so many other schools in this country, in the world have done. Let people make their own decisions. It's so basic. Their God-given rights to breathe, if they so choose to breathe. This doesn't make a difference. I hope you know that, okay? Stop robbing the parents. Stop robbing the teachers of their right to teach these children correctly, because these kids are being developmentally damaged beyond belief, and every single one of you are to blame. Unmask the kids!
Our next speaker is Caitlin New.
Because I'm an American, I'm a veteran, I fought for my right to take that mask off. You
Ms.
guys
New,
need to take
yeah,
off
can
the
you stop
children,
clock
the
for a
mask
moment,
off the
please?
children.
Ms. New.
A few weeks ago,
Ms.
I was
New,
asked to
can you
volunteer
please
at my.
Cut the microphone, thank you. Ms. New, are you able to have a conversation? All right. Madam Chair, I would suggest that you take a brief recess of the
All right,
meeting.
let's
and
take
we'll cut the
recess at this
television.
time.
More speakers.
Yeah, and how many more speakers?
Three. Okay, are we ready?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. It's okay. They can hear, you can hear in the bathroom.
Our next speaker is Nicholas Hacking.
Welcome.
Yeah. My name is Nicholas Hacking. Please stop us from wearing masks all day at school. They are very hot and make it hard to breathe. I have to wear it all day at PE, outside, and on the playground. I don't like it. I don't have to wear a mask at the park, so why do I have to wear it at school? I hate wearing a mask all day at my desk. It doesn't make sense. I'm sitting down far away from my friends, just like when we go out to eat. I miss seeing my friends' faces and my teacher's smile. Please don't make me wear one anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Natalie Hacking.
Welcome.
My name is Natalie Hacking. I'm in second grade at Southern Elementary. I do not like wearing masks at school all day. They are weird, and my mom told me that cloth ones that you make me wear don't really work anyways. School last year was so much better because I could sit with my friends at lunch and I could see my teacher smile. The masks are really hot on my face. It makes it hard to breathe all day, especially during PE and car line. It is really difficult to wear a mask sitting at my desk all day, so I chew on it even though my mom keeps telling me not to. I keep asking Mom if we can be homeschooled because I hate the new school rules. She told me that next year we will stay home if the masks are still a rule. I would miss my friends, but I don't want to wear a mask for another year. I understand some moms might want to make their kids still wear a mask, and that's okay, but I'm healthy and my family is healthy. It's okay, some kids still have to cover their faces. I just don't think it should have to because they do. Please let us go back for being normal kids in a normal school and to stop making us wear masks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Dylan Harvey.
Sorry, I'm a little emotional right now. That was my brother and sister. Kind of makes me upset that they feel that way and they have to speak about it. But my name's Dylan Harvey. I'm in 9th grade and I'm a student in the medical program at Palm Harbor University High School. And I'm here to speak about the masking of our school's students and administration. As a student, I get to see how firsthand my classmates think and feel about the masking, and not only are they distracted by them in the classroom and in the hallways, but they are also constantly reminded to wear the mask correctly, resulting in stopped class lectures, frustrated students, and teachers. In some situations, I've seen students sent out of the classroom and given a referral because they're not wearing their mask correctly, or even given lectures saying really mean things to the students, resulting in stopped class time, which we are told is so valuable to us. Therefore, I think students and teachers should be allowed to have a choice in whether they wear a mask or not. If students do not feel comfortable and safe with no mask, there is the same at-home learning that we've been enforcing for the last half of last year. We should not make students conform to the ones who fear COVID-19. So at Palm Harbor University, we have around 2,540 students and only 1 student and 0 teacher cases recently. I believe if we make masks optional, there will be a low school-related infection rate. Going back to students not cooperating at the beginning, we are high school students. We are as most cooperative as it'll get through K through 12 schools. Imagine trying to tell a class full of hungry and tired first graders, as my brother would say, they're itchy and annoying and they would not want to wear them for 7 hours. Or how about 6th graders who are extremely rebellious and will do the opposite of whatever you tell them to do? Teachers will continue to have issues with students. Students are not going to have issues with the school board if they continue to stop having homecomings, proms, school dances, group projects, concerts, or close interactions with each other, depriving students of what they were told was going to be the highlight of their lives. I was heartbroken when I found out I'll be missing high school prom in my 9th grade. After every classroom, we also have our desks soaked in smelly chemicals that are also heard to be cleaning products, but they end up burning and giving me hives on my arms almost every day, so I constantly have to wear long sleeves. My orchestra class is separated, and we are not allowed to talk to our stand partners, and our lunch tables have plexiglass, which really makes me wonder if the masks really work or not. We have a lunch period, but it's at the end of the day around 2 p.m., and when we do sit, there's plexiglass, and we're not really allowed to talk to our friends during snack time between 5th and 6th period. When we do, we are told to put our masks up and stand away and not to eat if our masks are down. I have friends who I met this year, and I don't even know their faces, along with my 2 favorite teachers that I constantly talk to after class, and I don't even know what they look like. So I'm praying and I'm begging that you take away our masks and let us go back to normal, that I go to wrestling practice and not have to fear my friends going back to school that I have to wear a mask, because it doesn't really make sense why I'm allowed to go to wrestling practice but not see them at school. So thank you for your time. Have a good day.
There are no more speakers today.
All right, then board will come back and we'll do our evaluation of the meeting. Thank you all for attending.